control, but if you're going to be the one operating the PowerPoint during, not tomorrow, excuse me, on Tuesday for your capstone, let me know who you are in advance. Thank you very much, Diana, but let me know who you are so I can give you the co-hosting ability on presentation day. I don't need to know that until at least Tuesday, but just be aware that someone's going to need that. I see Arbor's good. I see, let's see, Diana's group is good. Looks like everybody's almost here. Well, guess what? Today is going to be an easy day. And if you all know anything about me, I think you know that when I don't feel good, we finish early. So if this pill doesn't kick in, we are finishing early today because I'm not feeling that great. So look at Miguel praying for pain, right? He's like, come on, Mish. No, I'm just teasing. Really quickly, we're going to go over these rules because I only had a couple of infractions yesterday, and I want to make sure we drive the point home because I feel like I'm very generous with breaks, generous enough to make sure that, you know, we focus during class. So everyone logged in early. Thank you so much for that respect. Let me be the first to turn off my phone. Sorry about that, guys. And again, loving that everyone gets in here on time. Lots of technology glitches yesterday, but everyone handled it really, really well. If you're having trouble popping back in, Elizabeth got that message. Thank you. Come on back. We're here. We're not leaving you. If you have any issues getting in, talk to your proctor, call them and see if they can let you back in the room. But we're great if you have to pop out and come on in. Nobody violated this. Thank you everyone for letting me see your faces all day because I certainly do need to see your face to get credit. Now, hiding half of your face, nobody's done that. Been looking at beautiful faces the whole day. So nobody was using that as an excuse to talk on the phone. However, we did have a couple of phone conversations yesterday, and I don't mind asking folks, knock it off. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but this is when the old person in me jumps up. I give so many breaks. I get shocked when I bother to see anybody on the phone. I mean, really, y'all, come on. I give more breaks than the average instructor does. If you watch the clock, y'all know when I'm gonna let you loose. So if you can, please don't be bold enough to have an actual conversation on the phone with your lips moving while we're doing this. So no side conversations. We take great breaks around here. Resist the urge, if you can, to do the computer-based work, but I gotta admit, I'm cool with the occasional text message and email, you know, get her done. We all got deals on the table and then get back to class with me. Other than that, nobody pulled the Peluso. Thank you so much. Again, if you fall asleep and pass out and we can't wake you up after 30 seconds, I'm sorry, but you are fair game. Pictures are gonna be taken, cameras are coming out, and that stuff may be published. There were a few of you yesterday who had some legitimate, serious emergencies yesterday. Thank you so much for your chat messages. All that stuff was private. There was a lot going on yesterday. Hospitalizations, all kinds of stuff came up yesterday. Just let us know in the chat. We got you. Also, you're responsible for what your technology does. That's my way of saying, look, I'm an Android PC kid. If you're fooling around with an iProduct, you got the wrong one. I can't help you. Ask a colleague of yours for help if there's something going on with your technology. Of course, everybody stayed stable, so thank you for not walking up and down the halls. And do your evals at the end of class. You guys know we read every single one of them and value them tremendously. We don't need to do that. We were in the classroom, no zooming and driving. And we're going to skip over all of this because we just don't need to see it again. Let's skip, skippity, skip. One more reminder, after today, you're halfway done with the last section. We're almost out of here, y'all. I gotta admit, the end of the day can't get here quick enough. I'm ready for Friday. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for it. I've been on keto. I think it might be time to have a little wine. I don't know, I'm feeling it, I'm ready for it. So halfway there, congratulations to you guys for sticking in there, and let us do, not our capstones, but how about a little quick, you know where we're going, get your cameras ready. Ready for it? Wow, exam review. Did y'all catch it? Did you screenshot it? Did you get it? That was it right there. Spam, you see it? Okay, that was the exam. This exam is going to be considerably easier than anything you guys have ever taken, so I think you'll be just fine. But let's hit it. Let's do some exam review. If you want to open your mics, you can do that. If you want to throw the answers in the chat, you can do that too. But I think you all are going to be well equipped for what we got coming up. So let me go ahead and drop that screen, get personal with you, and thank you all again in advance for bearing with me and in this very heavy, making me very dizzy as we speak, sumatriptan. This stuff is no joke. Ugh. If you're not a migraine sufferer, thank the Lord. All right, so let me ask you this. What's the best way to describe a pro forma statement? Does it represent a financial statement in a very simplified fashion? Does it incorporate future performance, potential future performance? Is it a way to kind of quickly assess the income and cash performance of a property? Or is it all of those things? Yeah, it's all of them. It does all those things. Did I put sugar in this? All right, let's see. Which one of these statements, and you have to be careful of this word here. Which of these statements, guys, is going to always be true? Y'all know when a test says always or never, there's a trick coming. So is it always true that IRR and equity multiples carry the same amount of weight with an investor? Is it always true that the higher equity multiple is valued more than the IRR? Is it always true that the higher internal rate of return has more weight with investors than the equity multiple? Or is it true that the internal rate of return and an equity multiple, well, they carry different weight depending on your client? Yeah, depends on the investor. So there's not really an always, truly. All right, so I'm going to list off some commercial information exchanges, some CIEs. Tell me which ones are popular. Catalyst, CIMLS, Digsy, or all of them? Even if we didn't talk about Digsy, and I don't use Digsy, they're all popular. Let's see. Oh, that pill is kicking in, excuse me. What is the largest, at least they like to say they are, CIE in the industry? What's the name of the big dog? That's it, CoStar, absolutely. Okay, so effective agents in negotiation are going to find out whose priorities and desired outcomes, whose priorities and desired outcomes are they going to learn about in negotiations? Exactly, everyone's. Absolutely. And don't get thrown because you'll see, buyer, seller, landlord, tenant. It is everyone's. Okay, let's see. What information can help you during the negotiation process? I'm not going to give you any choices. I'm going to ask you what you remember from yesterday. I think Benjamin's answer should end up on the exam somewhere. He said, stalk them like Chandra. I do like Chandra's approach. So let's see. There are some selections that you can choose from, like studying prior investment behaviors. That's code for stalk them like Chandra, right? Also, what do we have? Understanding the boundaries of everyone. What's everyone's limitations? Now, what I've shared with you is phrased more than one way, and it kind of means the same thing. But what we want to do is we want to check the prior investment behaviors of your principals and your counterparts, and you want to understand the boundaries of the counterparty. Now, let me say this. I don't like this question. And this is going to have to be a giveaway. So write it down because I'm about to give you the actual question and the actual answer, because I believe the way this question is written is misleading. The question says, which of the following information can assist an agent during the negotiation process, right? Makes a lot of sense the way it is written. The way the answers come up is it says you need to understand the boundaries of the counterparty, whomever is on the other side of the table. That makes sense. It says understand the prior investment behaviors of your principal, the person that you represent. And it also says understand the prior investment behaviors of the counterparty. However, the answer that the exam prefers that you choose are A and C only. That actually doesn't make any sense. Right, see Benjamin, the Benjamin face, you guys? I have to admit, that one to me is one of those where I have to say as an instructor, the best answer for this quiz is both A and C are correct. Even though counterintuitive to everything we've discussed, I would say it's an all of the above situation. And since I'm saying it, let me make a note because I told you all that we make corrections to the exams too. So let me just make a little note because I think this one is one of those that should be corrected. All right, so did everyone catch that giveaway? Everyone got it? Okay, yeah, every now and then I have to just kind of give one away and that's one of them. All right. Which of the following can make a difference in successful negotiation? Keeping your composure, leaving the door open to future negotiations if it all just kind of breaks down, opening up the channels of communication, or all of them? Pretty much all of them. Absolutely. We didn't really discuss it heavily in class, but all of them. And the exam is a little more mixed up than the other ones have been in the past. I started scattering your questions around. Turnover vacancy, we're going to adjust which concept, which measure will we adjust when we're looking at turnover vacancy? Are we going to adjust cash flow before taxes? Are we going to adjust your effective gross income? Or are we going to adjust your base rental income? That base rental income. It would be on the pro forma to Benjamin's credit, but it's your base rental income because when we look at turnover, we're talking about, vacancy. So that would affect how much you're making. Now let's try this again because I was remiss in revisiting this yesterday. What is the equity multiple for a property with $50,000 in cash distributions, but $40,000 in cash got paid in? What would the equity multiple be? And trust me, the exam is written to catch you on this one. 50,000 in cash distributions, 43,000 in equity invested. What's 50,000 divided by 43,000? Boop, 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 boop. 50,000 divided, there you go. If I said 40K, I'm gonna blame it on the pills, y'all. I'm gonna blame it on the pills. If I said 40, my apologies. Thank you so much for that. I apologize. I'm gonna blame it on this right here. Thank y'all. But that is the correct answer. Y'all did it just lovely. 1.16. So just don't forget, the simple thing to remember is the big number divided by the little number, and boom, you get your equity multiple. All right, let's see. Which equity multiple in an average case would be more desirable? 26, 0.45, 1.0, or 3.30? Definitely greater than 1, absolutely, Erica, and definitely a 3.30. Those are not your selections, but you get the point there. I think that's it for the day, I think. Oh, a couple more, excuse me. Okay, let's see. You have just reviewed, this one's not hard, it's just lengthy. So you've just glanced at a pro forma and your client's interested in buying. What might raise a flag, a red flag for your client. Rental rates have increased by 3% every year. Man, that'd make them happy. How about the reserve fund for broker commissions went up? Would that raise a red flag? How about the turnover rate is kind of high relative to the market's turnover rate, or all of the above? Yeah, it's that turnover rate. If your vacancy rate, because don't forget the word that's missing here is turnover vacancy. So if your turnover vacancy is higher than the market rate for vacancy, got a little problem there. So that is definitely a red flag. Excuse me for all that shuffling noise. Let me, I think we've hit it. I am going to also request that 2 questions be removed regarding RPR that are in your exam, because I've given you a lot of RPR data, but you have to go get it independently. So not knowing whether or not you've received that information on your own, I'm going to ask that those questions be removed from your exam and switched out for something new. If I can get those questions prior to you all having the exam administered, we'll review those questions and those changes. But I am going to ask Ms. Shiloh in the education department to see if we can switch them out. These 2 questions assume that you would have read the 14 pages of that example that show you how to go through RPR. And we admittedly are not doing that in this class. So that would be it for day 1. How's everyone feeling with a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Are y'all feeling okay? Wasn't bad at all. I think you're going to be great for this last exam, and you deserve it for what you went through. I also want to say that I think this exam is going to be relatively simple, because we're going to spend a nice chunk of time on your presentations. Then we're going to do review and go straight into your exam. So I think mentally everyone could use the break. So great. As far as capstone goes, if you will allow me a moment, let me see if it maintained your room assignments, and I don't think it did, but I'm going to send you into your rooms now. As soon as I'm going to tell it to assign. Nope, I'm going to do it manually. This is going to take a moment, so let me do this. I'm going to release you all for a break now. When you come back, you will see your invitations to join your room. So when you come back, go ahead and go into your rooms. Come back 5 minutes after 9 o'clock and accept your invitations, and then go on into your capstone groups. Does that work for everybody else? Awesome stuff. See you back here at 5 minutes after 9. Oh, yes, everybody stay on. Nobody log off. Did someone ring a doorbell?
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. That was my computer.
I thought it was something I did. I'm like, what did I do? Okay.
No, my RPR report that I was running on our project.
Are you in it, my friend? I love that. You know, the RPR people actually called to see if we're using it.
Yeah, I've asked them several times to come and talk to our Katie networking lunch, and I never get a reply.
Really? They absolutely checked to see, hey, are you all using it? So I sent them copies of all of our slides and whatnot, so they could see how it was being applied to the class.
I am using it 1 to 5 times a day.
I love that.
Yeah, I love it.
I need to let people know that for sure, because they are asking even at the Texas Realtors level, because they keep getting the RPR phone calls.
Yeah, and my agents are using it. We use it to send out to potential clients.
Love, love, love. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. I'll make sure that Tiffany Wu knows that, because she's the one that's been getting the calls, just inquiring about it. So I'll make sure that she knows. Thanks. Where's April? I am so dizzy with this doggone medication. Oh,
April's the one that dropped.
oh, that's right. Thank you. Let me scratch her name. She's coming back in January. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And let's get 20 up in here. Twenty is under Dallas. I think that's room and Gail H. Okay. Add a room. Let's do room 2. This little skinny little thing won't let me see anything. Okay, McQuay, Benjamin Lotzer, Raymond, my man. Cheyenne. Awesome. Group 3, Erica. Sean. Sharon, my friend. Sharon, we definitely need to talk. Definitely got to talk. Candace. About you and teaching, I meant. And getting in the club. Let's see, and then group 4 is going to be Angela, my friend Miguel, my buddy Benjamin. Where's Benjamin? Carol and Hadley. Chris Parker. And Matthew Tan. Bam. Now, I didn't find Santosh. If any proctors are listening, Santosh, I think, is missing today. Did he not join us? Any proctors know where my friend Santosh disappeared to? Okay, let me leave a message for our proctors.
This is South Padre, but I mean, he's not with us. I just wanted to respond since everybody was quiet, but he's not South Padre.
Okay.
Yeah, I was checking in on his name in the list and I don't see him, but I don't have him as a member of my.
Okay, I forgot who he signed in through, but yeah, Santosh was here yesterday. He was part of group 2. And in doing the reassignments, I noticed he wasn't on the list this morning. And, but he was busy. He was, on the phone yesterday. So maybe he had transactions he needed to finish and couldn't join us today. Either that or he's enjoying a nice warm bed or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's not in our room today. So I hope he remembers we had class. Okay. Let me just put it in the chat. The other proctors might be on the phones and whatnot.
He's not with GMWAR either.
Okay, I wonder who he went through. And I should have written down his last name.
Who is it?
Santosh, S-A-N-T-O.
Dallas?
He's not with us today. He was with us yesterday.
Yes, he is.
Where is he?
Dallas MTEX Santosh. He
Dallas.
has like 2 different names. I'm gonna rename him so that we get rid
I
of
am, I'm here, I'm here.
Oh, I don't see him. Okay. Oh, Lord, the name is so long it didn't appear when I assigned rooms. Forgive me. Let me go, Dallas. There you are. So you're in room 2. Santosh, forgive me. Your name was so long it didn't show me you. There you go. I figured you had a transaction that was much more important and you would join us later. I love this group of proctors. Thank you all. Okay, so the class is being recorded, so I'm making a statement to those of you who are watching this class as a makeup. We're going to pause the video for a moment because the participants to the live class are going into breakout session, and there's no sense in having 10 to 15 minutes of recorded silence. So we'll be right back as soon as the breakout sessions conclude.
Mish, how you feeling?
A little bit better. Thank you for asking. It gave me a little time to let the meds kick in. Did you guys get a little something accomplished?
We did.
Awesome stuff. I've been hearing on the sidelines that quite a few of you have gotten quite a bit done. So I'm really surprised. It's good stuff. Looks like everyone is back out of the rooms. And I hope this thing is recording because I can't tell if it is or not. So we'll just pray that it is. But let's hit it, guys. It's an easy day today. It's actually a very easy day. And I know, go ahead.
Mine says it's recording on this end, so.
You
I think
can
you're
see
good.
that? Good, because I can't see that anymore. For some reason, that little thing in the corner is gone. So it does say it's recording. We're doing 1031 exchanges. I want to say maybe second or third hour. Does anyone in the room have 1031 exchange experience? Does anyone in the room have it? Wonderful. So we've got Gail. Anyone else? Let me look at the other half of the room. So may call on you. Benjamin, was that a hand up? Did I miss it? No, okay. So Gail, we may call on you for help. You all know how I feel about, and thanks, Candace, I see your comment as well. You know how I feel about, we all cannot be experts on everything. So if someone has some experience, we like to lean on folks who've done this before. So let me back the slides up to where we were and let's hit it. And I really would love a croissant. I love those snack pictures. So today's focus, again, we're going to be looking at, of course, the contracts. We are going to be continuing your work on your capstone projects. And hopefully today you get a lot done so that come Monday, we'll be doing, you'll be doing rehearsals, so to speak. Come Monday, you'll spend your time rehearsing instead of researching, but that's up to you guys. We'll be talking about exit strategies, possibly considering real estate for rehab, renovation, or repurposing. And then we're going to start our contract conversation. Don't forget, if you're the kind of person that needs to write it down, today is the day you're going to have to print out a few contracts. So with that said, we're also going to talk about FERPTA, my favorite an acronym to say, FERPTA. 1031 exchanges, investment considerations, again, exit strategies and contracts. We did our group work already, so we got started, and this is where we are. So for today, let's see, we're gonna start with the group activity, believe it or not. We'll see how this goes. It's written in the book where we do this live in the classroom. We'll see how it works out. So you can either open your mic or go into the chat. And let's see, Angela says she's done some residential and one commercial 1031. Well, 1031 experience period is helpful. So Angela, you're in as well. But take a look at these scenarios. They are in your book, maybe on page 65. And remember who we're representing in these scenarios. So when we're looking at this one, we're supposed to be representing the tenant. And in the example that comes up, they say there's this prospective tenant and it's a title company and they want to lease 3,000 square feet in some popular growing area of town. And in order to gain greater market visibility, they want to lease up about, they want to lease space in a Class A building where rents have been increasing 3% per year. But another title company has also expressed interest in the same building, but they haven't done anything about it yet. We can assume market rents are about $30 a square foot a year. So the question becomes, what are your clients' pre-leasing motivations? I'm going to drop this down and ask you, what might be on the table for your clients? What might they be considering and looking at this building? Somebody else wants it. They want it. What might make them move?
An exclusivity clause.
Amen to that. That's exactly where I'm going, is exclusivity. Going in with two title companies in the same, can you see the mess that would cause? And if you're really paying attention to commercial real estate, and this is where the property manager set of eyes comes in, but where do title companies always situate themselves if they can help it? You all ever notice this? Where are they?
By entrance, first floor, if they can.
If they can help it, they are right there in the lobby. Now, if they can't get the precious lobby space, what's the second spot title companies always choose?
By the elevator.
Right in the elevator bank. I've only come across in 20 years one title company that had to go down the hallway, but they wanted the building so bad they went ahead and they took it. But that's also possibly a motivating factor. Let me put this up so you can photograph it if you want to. But some pre-lease motivations, definitely. I want to strike a deal before the other title company does. Definitely want to get exclusivity, like was it Cheyenne mentioned? The objectives, they might want to establish themselves in this market area before another title company gets in that market area. Other objectives might be right of first refusal for other spaces in the office building because they might be anticipating future growth. And priorities, securing, like you guys said, first floor suite closest to the entrance, which is real typical for title companies. So when we're working for clients, these are some of the things you have to ask yourself. What's the motivation? Why do I want that space? This comes into play for negotiation. Then we've got buyer's representation. So in your books, it says we got an owner of a 50-unit C-class multifamily building. They've had this sucker for 20 years and it's got no loan, but relatively few capital improvements completed. And that sucker is in a part of town that's kind of decreasing in popularity. We are all familiar with these kinds of buildings, but the current average rental rate per unit is $1,000 a month. Occupancy rate, not so bad at 74%, but it is below the historic average of 85%. Rents have not moved for 5 years. So assume the market cap rate for industrial warehouses is 6%, and there's an existing loan on the property that balloons in 3 years. What are your clients' potential motivations? And I'm leaving this up for you to take a look. And I have to go back and look at the slide to see, excuse me for something. Might need to change the word for industrial warehouses. Let me take that off the table. But what we're looking at here is purchasing motivations might be the building is a class C. Depending on the level of deterioration and obsolescence, there might be room to improve this thing. It might not be in such bad shape after all. It just might be that the owner was one of those people that didn't like to put money back into the investment. So there might be room to improve the place and then go back and later increase rents and earn some money on the property. So objectives, this buyer might seek properties also in an opportunity zone. A building like this might be in what's called an opportunity zone. We're going to cover it later in class. And again, they might be intentionally looking for projects that come with this room to grow. And I know a lot of investors that buy crappy stuff just because there's room to improve it, make more money on it. And after purchase, they might be ready to sell it, lease it up, turn around and sell it for a profit. You never know. So those things might be on the table. And then seller's representation. And I knew I put the wrong paragraph. Forgive me for this, guys. I'm gonna back up and show you something. This paragraph should not have been here. This one was intended for this example. Excuse me for that. So seller's representation, an industrial warehouse looks just like the one in the picture. 50,000 leasable square feet, 100% occupied with one tenant. We got us a little issue already. $8 a square foot with 5 years remaining on the current lease. The tenant uses it for inventory, but they got increased competition and decreasing demands for storage. So they're reducing their inventory and they're only using 35% of this whole thing's capacity. So let's just assume market cap rates for the industrial warehouses are 6%. There is an existing loan on this property that balloons in 3 years, and we're repping the seller here. So what is the motivation for wanting to sell this sucker? I left it on the screen for a second, but what's the motivation for wanting to get rid of it? Yeah, possible vacancy. Raymond, I apologize for missing your answers in the chat there, Raymond. I see that you had some great answers there. But definitely possible vacancy. If they're not even using 50% of that sucker, we got us a problem, y'all. Plus, we've got this loan coming due. They may want out with one tenant that's in a shaky situation. What might the objectives of the seller be? What are the objectives of the seller? And it's real easy. This one's super easy. Dump it, right? Chandra, get out with your shirt on. Yes. Dump that sucker. 5 years remaining, but still, you got a tenant that may not fulfill its lease obligations, and you have to understand, some tenants don't care about their credit, what you might do to it. They jump ship. They're ready to get the heck out of there with their inventory and equipment. So you sometimes want to sell and beat that inevitability to the punch. And then what's the priority here? What is the priority? Consider the market cap rate at 6%. So the risk here is low to moderate. It's not a bad risk. I mean, but you know, with a single tenant, it's really a poorly balanced situation. Good luck to the seller on this one, because this one may be a difficult one to navigate. It's not looking so good. But those are some of the things you want to consider. And let me go ahead and put that back up on the screen for you to take a picture, because I don't think those responses are in your book. Those are just some things I put on the table. Back up for you. There you go. If you want to capture it, you certainly can. And the book also wanted you to look at the exact same scenario, but from the other side of the table. So now you're looking at the same buildings, same situation, repping the other party. So what if I was the landlord with that building that had the two title companies wanting to come in? Now what are we looking at for pre-lease motivations? I've gone ahead and left the answers up for you. But what are the pre-leasing motivations? If I'm that landlord, I want a title company in my building. Let me be very shallow as a property manager. You all do understand how beautiful a title company looks when you walk in a building. Glass front, beautifully furnished. You can't have a better tenant in a lobby. Have you all seen some buildings, and I have in Houston, next to, let me just be honest with you, next to the Colorado Strip Club in Houston, Texas, on Highway 59, not far from the Harwin Hillcroft area, there's an office building, and a client of mine was looking to buy it. We walk in the building, and on the very first floor is a compounding pharmacy. Does anybody know what a compounding pharmacy does?
They make the drugs.
They mix and make the drugs. They don't just hock pills, they actually make them in there. What's the problem with the compounding pharmacies? Anyone know the issue with them?
People waiting around to get their meds.
Worse than that, it gets even worse, Cheyenne.
Breaking in to steal
Issue, but
meds.
there's a bigger one.
Security.
There you go, break-ins. With compounding pharmacy, the kinds of drugs that they keep in those compounds and those chemicals are worth money on the streets. And they tend to keep stuff that is extremely high value on the black market. So they're broken into all the time. In this building, the first thing you see when you walk in is burglar bars in the window. Not a good look when you are trying to sell. Look at Raymond's whole face was like, what? Yeah, Raymond, it was not a good look. And then what was even worse, in an attempt to kind of, I don't know, negate the appearance of it, catch this. It's bad enough we're next to the strip club, and I mean strip club building. So you can imagine what we're doing for lunch here, right? But it's bad enough we're next to a strip club. You walk in the door, right there is your burglar bars, black burglar bars in a window. They tried to treat the window like a Macy's window and decorate it. So instead of being able to see into the suite, the window was blocked off with red velvet, looking like, you understand what I'm saying? With pharmacy things dangling from the red velvet casing. Do you all know how 9 Inch Nails that looked to me? And for those of you who understand the musical group 9 Inch Nails, you know where my brain just went. It was creepy. It's creepy to see masks and drugs and needles and syringes and apothecary equipment hanging from crushed red velvet behind black burglar bars. Are you getting the picture I'm trying to share with you all? But you want to sell the building. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you got to be kidding me. You couldn't even lease this sucker thanks to that thing being in the front door. So with that said, from my point of view, a title company, I definitely want one in the lobby. My only choice in this scenario would be, which was the bigger, better, more reputable company? That'd be my only question. Other motivations, I'll put this back on the screen for you. Objectives might be to secure the tenant because of the large amount of square footage they often require. They do require lots of square footage. Title companies don't tend to be small offices. There are some little ones owned by attorneys, but largely they like lots of square footage and they tend to grow. And then last but not least, the priority might be to secure the entrance and definitely make sure that that people see beauty when they come in that building. That's going to help attract future tenants. So when we continue down the line, same ugly building, excuse the misplaced cap rate paragraph there. Same situation. We've got this really crappy building, but now we're on the seller's, not the seller's side of the table. I think we're on the buyer's. Are we on the buyer's side? Seller's side. This one could be personal. Seller on this one might be tired of tending to the building. They haven't done anything to it. You know what I'm saying? They haven't, because before we were looking at buying this building, now we're looking at why does the seller want to get rid of it? Maybe they're of retirement age and they've just had enough fooling with tenants, trying to collect rents. they just may be ready to go. It's been a very lengthy holding period. You can see a lack of capital improvements means a lack of care and attention. Maybe they're onto something else. Maybe they're onto development and not necessarily holding investments that are already improved. Objectives, this could be personal. It really could be as simple as retirement. Maybe there's a 1031 exchange you're trying to accomplish. That comes with a deadline. And then priorities might be to market this property's location being in an opportunity zone, meaning, hey, there might be some tax incentives associated with this. So that might be something they try to pitch when selling. So not everything that is distressed is a problem. Just depends on, did we find the right buyer for our seller? And then the last one, we're back to that warehouse, but now we're on the buyer's side. And why would somebody buy this particular property? Well, motivations to buy. That may be determined, it may be determined rather that the property has a new highest and best use based on its location, building type, or maybe changes in the market area. So maybe there's something else that could go there. I don't know. Objectives, the buyer might be aware of that looming balloon payment, but maybe that can be used during negotiation to maybe drop the price or something. The buyer may intend to repurpose the property for another use like public storage. Let's divvy it up. Let's divide it up and make it a public storage place instead. You never know. Priorities, verify that cap rate, gauge the health of the single tenant's current business. The buyer may be faced with a vacant building if a replacement tenant isn't already available. So everybody's got different stuff when they're looking at buying and selling. Your question is to ask, wonder what's on their mind. And those 3 questions right there might definitely help you work with your clients in the future. So that was the exercise we needed to get through. Believe it or not, we're at a position where we are going to, believe it or not, take a break. Today's goal is to kind of get you through a little bit faster. By the way, massage parlor would do well. Sharon, where? Where are we massage parloring? I'm curious.
In the place with the,
Red velvet.
the what?
The red velvet?
Yes, the red velvet.
You guys come back 5 minutes before the hour. It looks like we're a little ahead of schedule and we're going to stay that way. Come back 5 minutes before the hour. Good one, Sharon. Okay, the drugs are kicking in, finally. Oh. Boy, Raymond, you were quick draw McGraw on that answer. That's a doggone thorough answer there. Good one, too. We are back from break in about 2 minutes. We're back from break in about 2 minutes, guys. Oh, wow. All right, just about back from break. Okay, we are officially back from break. Couple of short updates to share. Just got the email from Texas Realtors that some forms, not all forms, are now available in Vietnamese, even though they must be signed and executed on the English language version. Forms are available, at least for explanation, in Vietnamese in addition to Spanish. So yay for us for expanding what we offer to certain clients out there. Also, there is an article in Texas Realtor Magazine, just came out. And let me get rid of my background. It's a little distracting here. Let me just get rid of the virtual background. None. There we go. And the article is towards the back on page 24. Has anyone ever heard of the transfer on death deed? Some people call it a TOD. Some people call it a TODD. Benjamin, you want to share what you know about that? Because if you haven't heard of it, you should definitely go read this article.
So occasionally it's used by some, we'll just say shady investors, at least in my market, where people basically use that to go ahead and secure a property. And basically it's the idea of giving somebody money ahead of time for when they pass away, the deed automatically reverts to somebody. It can also, however, used as a tool for your will and trust and all that as well. But in our market, it's usually unfortunately used by some shady people.
I was so not expecting that answer from you, not the shady side. But I definitely get it. I don't think I've ever considered the fact that some people would probably use that for scamming. Makes a lot of sense. But the good, heartwarming use for it is to do what?
Pass on to heirs.
What?
Usually it's to pass on to heirs and whatnot. Make sure they're taken
Right.
care of.
And it allows you to skip a step. What's the step it allows you to skip?
Probate.
Probate. Exactly. So for any of you who have children that you want to deed your homes to immediately without the trouble of probate, do a little research, read transfer on death deeds, and you can have property deeded directly to whomever you'd like without the hassle of probate. Too many people believe that because a will is in place, final wishes are going to be, I guess, executed per a will, and that's not always true. It is absolutely not always true. Heirs come out of nowhere and have legal rights to things that people thought they could, skip over and just send somewhere else. So read that article. It's on pages 24 and 25 of the Texas Realtors Magazine. Hey, Angela says she's got that on all 3 of your properties. Second marriage, it's almost a must. Ooh, share. Are you in a sharing mood?
Yes, it's just the fact that heirs, and I learned this from a neighbor of mine because he and his wife had been married years and years and years, and she had a estranged son from a very early on marriage, and she passed away. And now he is stuck with this home with this estranged son that he has never known. And it's a nightmare. And I think specifically if it's a second marriage and there's heirs, and maybe you and your spouse have purchased this home and you intend for the other person to have it solely, it's a must. So me and my husband did it, and I love his daughter. It's just that I want to be in control of how it's sold and managed. He wants me to be in control of how it's sold and managed. And then she's going to get a portion of it, but I'm the deciding factor. So and we did it ourselves. It's not that hard to do. You just get the information and fill it out and file it. So it's the cheapest, easiest thing you can do to protect your biggest assets.
There you go. And again, wills don't guarantee that this is how things are going to be carried out. People jump up in court and have legal rights to things. And it's messy. As a realtor, has anyone ever dealt with estates before? I cringe when someone says, well, my mom died and left me the house. Yeah, I just, Benjamin, I'm telling you, Joe is going, yeah. No one's face is like, yes, I do. No, everyone's face is like, yeah, I've done them.
They fall apart so easy.
Say it again.
They fall apart so easily.
Don't they though? And there can never be siblings that just get along. There's the one, right? There's always the one that throws the proverbial monkey wrench in the whole thing. So a transfer on death deed is an option when it comes to a family setting. But Benjamin, I'll give you credit for educating me today that investors may use those to cheat some folks out of property. I have never heard of that. And
I'll give you $40,000 today if you just promise that when you pass away, you give me your house. You can live in it. You treat it like it's yours. But I'll give you $40,000 today for a $200,000 house.
That's sad.
I'm sending that straight to Texas Realtors. That's their next article. They have got to do a follow-up on that. You see why other people have to talk besides the instructor. You just can't know it all. That is good stuff. Thank you. And excuse me, I am writing that down. All right, so I just wanted to share, grab the magazine. I read everything I get a hold of. They bother to print the thing, I'm gonna read it and see what's going on.
I'll say actually Raymond just posted an article about it and how it's bad.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
I guess it depends on circumstances, and that's sad. I guess they just prey on desperate people or elderly people, but for normal people, it's good.
Right. I wasn't expecting what Benjamin said. Honestly, I was looking forward to, yes, and deed your home to the children. And then here comes it's a scam. I was not looking for all of that. So thank you for enlightening us with the other side of life. So let me get us back to our presentation here. We're going to keep moving forward. And if we get ahead of schedule, I'm not going to intentionally slow us down. Is that cool with everybody else? Awesome. Let's keep going. If I move too fast, you let me know in the chat. And Raymond, thank you for that article. I'm going to forward that to the writers over at Texas Realtors. I think more people need to see that. So Benjamin and Raymond both, thank you, gentlemen. All right, so exit strategies. You may find it peculiar that as we introduce how to purchase and negotiate, we're talking about getting rid of the sucker. But you have to consider getting rid of it at the same time you're looking at purchasing it, don't you? I don't know about you guys, but when I was transactional with people who were buying residential properties, they were like, oh, should I buy a condo? What do you think? And I'm sitting there going, how fast you think you can sell one? And when you look at how long it takes to sell a condo in Houston, woo! And so I always tell people, ask yourself, do I intend to keep this forever? Or do I have plans to sell it later? And if I do, can I? So I've always done this, even in residential. And now that's what we have to ask ourselves. As fast as we get it, can we also get rid of it if we needed to? So let's do it. Don't forget our turquoise highlights indicate exam question and or answer. So strategies need to be considered prior to negotiation if you're buying. You're on the buying side. We need to be ready to get rid of it as well. Is it going to be worth it and pay out? That goes back to the equity multiple we were discussing. We need to know what we think we can move it for. So we already discussed all of that when we looked at the holding period, how long we're going to keep it, future cash flows, what it's going to be worth at time of reversion, which, the time of sale, and that terminal cap rate. We just need to bear all that in mind. And we did that on the pro forma. So moving along here, investors can determine all of the stuff that we saw using that pro forma, but a good exit strategy does require a little bit of a deeper dig. No informed investor is going to undertake an investment without knowing what the get out strategy is going to be. If they don't bring one up, you might need to bring it up yourself. Besides, wouldn't you be the one they call to help sell it? I mean, ideally, you want to be in on a transaction that you can move. There is nothing worse in the world than taking a listing on something that even you can't make move in the market. So it would behoove you to also look at exit strategies for particular properties. That sunshine is killing my eyeballs. Let me get you back to our presentation and keep your cameras ready because there's going to be a lot of stuff today that's not necessarily in the book. That's highly illustrative. It'll help you out a little later. All right, so moving on. So for example, suppose you want to invest in a stock trading at $10 a share, but you think its value could double in the next year based on new product initiatives at this particular company. And at the end of 10 months, the price might be as much as $24 a share. So the question on the table is, would you hold it? Or would you sell it? What would you do with it? You got some things to think about. You might be inclined to sell it because it's reached and exceeded its anticipated value. And I get that. Everybody would get that. But in 10 months or 8 months, whatever that number was on the prior slide, if you were to sell it prior to owning it for at least a year, you're going to end up paying short-term capital gains taxes. You got other stuff to think about, like selling it too fast. There's an obvious joke in here. If you let your mind run free, you'll catch it and giggle. I'm gonna move on from the joke. All right, but there are taxes for selling too soon. So perhaps instead you'll hold it beyond a year. That way you'll benefit from lower long-term capital gains taxes, or even consider holding it into the next calendar year to minimize tax consequences of sale if other gains were taken in the same year. You got a whole bunch of stuff on the table to consider. That's going to be up to your investor, but you always want to be able to mention it. Or if they start talking about it, you don't want to be the deer in the headlight. Now, I'm not going to mention any names, but I have a friend who recently was involved in a very, very, very large scale, lucrative investment project, and it is a development project. And my friend admitted to me that he sat at the table because he was a friend to the investor, but was hearing things go over his head left and right, constantly going over his head. He heard formulas, vocabulary, saw equations, and those formulas, those tables we're looking at, they didn't make any sense to him. He was literally blessed to be at the table. Even if you can't speak on it, you don't want to be that deer in the headlight. What? At least have some knowledge. And so again, when you start hearing people talk about capital gains and selling things too soon, moving things too fast, you at least want to be aware that there are consequences for doing things too quickly, and sometimes benefit for slowing things down. So before you decide, let me put something up for my own benefit. There we go. So before you decide, you'll evaluate the options for exiting from the investment. Most of those options such as the target price, are made prior to investing. And we do want to find out before we sell it, what do we think we can sell it for if we make certain improvements or if we don't touch it at all. So commercial real estate investors, they're going to do all of those things in that pro forma before they exit the property. And this is when we start sneaking into 1031 exchanges. We're going to take a slow creep in here, and we need our friends, Gail, and who else? Who else was helping with that? Chandra. So we're going to start taking a slow creep into 1031s. Let me say this one more time. This is not my wheelhouse. Gail and Chandra, if the text you find says something that is a little too concrete, that is more of a, suggestion, not so much this is what we do, let me know so we can consider changing how the book is written. Because again, I'll admit, this is not my straight up wheelhouse. So let's creep over there. Tax consequences of selling property might include state income taxes, capital gains taxes, depreciation recapture. That was a new one on me. I understand it, but I got to admit, it wasn't something that was in my purview. All of these are significant factors when you're considering a sale, but prior to acquisition. So what the heck is depreciation recapture? This was not in the book, and this was something I went to go look up. If you feel like you want to hold on to this vocabulary, go ahead and photograph it. But when a taxpayer earns a financial gain on an asset, the IRS enforces a procedure called depreciation recapture, and they're going to tax the taxpayer's gains from selling the assets. Now that's the word tax written one time too many in a sentence. I'm going to show it to you numerically instead. But depreciation recapture is going to be assessed when the sale price of an asset exceeds the tax basis for this property. I am not a fan of using the same word multiple times in a sentence to define a thing. I think that's quite confusing when people do that. So let's look at it this way. In our earlier lessons, y'all, we discussed improvements being depreciated over a period of time. And that's true. Everything depreciates a little bit over time. Obsolescence is a factor, but it shows up and is an adjustment to your net income, and it increases your investors' net cash flow after taxes. Come on over here to the right side of the screen with me. And this is a very, very simplified view of an imaginary property. There, and look, I'm even telling you, yes, this is simplified. Bam. We've got cash revenue at $10,000. Expenses for this property, we're going to remove from that revenue. We're going to remove $5,000 from the property, but we're also going to depreciate the property by about $2,000. So our income for this thing is around $3,000 instead, because we've got expenses here combined at $7,000. Then we tax it. We're going to tax it on that 3,000, not on the 10. We're taxing on the 3, not on the 10. So the taxes are only $1,000. But when we go back and we sell it, we got to put that $2,000 of depreciation. You see that right there? We're sticking that sucker back in there. And then we have to go back and look at those cash flows all over again because we reinserted it. The IRS is not going to let you get away with depreciating the crap out of your property and then, we'll tax based on the depreciation. If you removed it, in some cases, it will be added back in. They are recapturing the depreciation. Let me take you back. Depreciation recapture. You depreciate it, IRS recaptured it. That's it. Don't you hate how complicated people make things with definitions that look like this? I can't stand it. You took it out, IRS says stick it back in there. Boom, there you go. And then we're going to tax you. So that's all that is. This is an uber simplified view of what this is about. But there we go. I keep forgetting that I put all these arrows in this presentation. Forgive me. I forget what I did. I circled and arrowed and everything. Look at me. All right, so at the time of sale, the depreciation deductions are recaptured and subject to taxing. So some institutional investors, and don't forget what our institutional investors are. Those are like our pension funds and groups of that nature that might make large scale investments in commercial real estate. They will not, let me go back, excuse me. They may be tax exempt 501c3 groups, and they may not be concerned about tax consequences, but the rest of us will be. So most of the investors you work with might not be in that tax exempt group, so they might be subject to taxes on their capital gains and depreciation recapture. So again, if you hear that phrase, see my little picture here, that means the IRS is sucking them dollars back in, and now we're going to tax you. That's all that's about. So then we go into Gail and Chandra's neighborhood. Here we go. Take it away, ladies. I'm teasing. Here we are, CRE exit strategy. So tax liabilities to investors at the time of sale can hurt them. And I mean, really, if you're not ready for it, it can impact your plans severely. So as a result, this may discourage investment in commercial real estate if there's no method in place to defer those taxes. So let's talk about it. And the big one, the popular one, is the 1031 exchange. Now, let me just do a little show of hands here. Many of you have heard of them. Is anyone frightened of them? I'm not doing them. I ain't fooling with them. I'll be the agent one, but after that, I'm not getting deeply involved. So I want to ask Gail and I want to ask Chandra, were you simply the agent or were you the one actually conducting it? Because those are two different groups of people. Who were you?
Well, I was just the agent, and there is a facilitator that takes care of this with the title company. It's usually an attorney or something. And so that isn't our field. I feel like it's better just to back away. You need to be sure that the verbiage is in the contract. They've now got that included in our contracts, but they didn't used to. And we'd have to write that in and make sure that everybody was aware that it was a 1031 exchange and everyone sign off on it. But as far as our job, it was to make sure that they met those deadlines that they need to meet to appoint the different properties that they might use in the 1031 exchange. There's also a reverse 1031. I've never done one of those, but I've heard about it where, you know, buyers, sellers after the fact can go back and make a 1031 exchange, but I've never done that particular kind. It's usually before, and in my seller presentation package, I have in my interview, I asked them if they're going to be doing a 1031 exchange because I want them to be aware that if they are, they need to get with their CPA ASAP and decide if that's what they want to do, because we need to know that before we go to the title company, so that everybody can facilitate the 1031 exchange.
Absolutely. Boy, you said a mouthful there. And
You
then,
also have niche companies that just specialize in that, and they'll pay you a fee or a commission too when you refer a client.
absolutely. This is like, you know, everyone is saying it's not our wheelhouse necessarily unless this is the thing you do. But our licenses, just as they're issued, this isn't what we do. And then Chandra, I see in the shadows there. What were you about to say as well? Thank you, Candace, for that.
Yeah, I was just as the agent because you have to have a 1031 intermediary on board because they're the one that holds the money in between. I would say I love 1031s because it keeps everybody on a schedule. I mean, you have to be really diligent about your dates. You also have to be very calculated in when you start. I always, if I know someone's doing a 1031, I start looking for the properties before we list, because once you sell, your clock starts for that 45 days to make sure that you have your top 3. And you don't want to be doing due diligence in those 45 days. You really want to be narrowing everything down, just to kind of, you don't want your seller making decisions under the gun. But I really like them because when you go to a buyer or a seller and you're saying, hey, I have a buyer that's a 1031, it's guaranteed money. So it makes them feel pretty confident about the financial stability. And I have a lot of investors that use it. I call it the way to level up. They're going to sell something smaller or a couple small buildings and move up into something bigger, maybe less management intensive. So it's their way of leveling up in the field.
Awesome. And then Candace, have you done a couple? It sounds like you have.
Maybe 1 or 2. I had a client out of state, and I actually had to go through. It was a company there that actually specialized in that, and because I didn't know anything about it at that time either. And we got real, like you were saying, build that rapport. And I had a guy, and he just took me under his wings, and he did a Zoom with me, like even then, and he just kind of educated me on some stuff, and because I was like, oh my God. He was like, no, we do this. We have to we maintain the client, we'll be here and we pay a fee and da, da, da. So not too much experience.
Well, let me, to everyone's credit, to Candace and Gail and Shonda's credit, I think what they're giving you all is an overall warning to not step into this until you're sure you know what you're up to. So I do believe the book did a really good job of giving you the necessary overview and crucial steps, like Chandra kept mentioning that deadline, so that you understand that it's not just, oh yeah, I'm the agent on this thing. You got some hard lines to meet. So how about we take a look at those things really quickly, and at least you'll walk in the door, even if you're just the agent, with some basic information that'll keep you a little safe if you choose to kind of start getting into this. So some of you have heard 1031 exchanges. Some of you have heard them called like-kind exchanges. And it's a means of exchanging one property for another to avoid the tax consequences that are associated with selling a property. In fact, the potential tax liabilities can either be deferred into the future or even indefinitely if you keep doing transfers. So it just means that you have to meet certain requirements of the IRS code 1031. That's where the number comes from. It's the IRS code number. So the taxes are not forgiven, just to be clear, they're deferred. So don't think, oh, we're just removing the taxes. No, we're not. We're ducking and dodging the taxes. Am I being fair, ladies, when I say that? We're ducking and dodging. That's all. We're bobbing and weaving, but we're eliminating the taxes.
One more thing.
Yes.
You can also avoid it on your residence, like your primary. I think it's like if you do it like within a 5-year period, you can avoid those taxes too. If with you and your spouse, it has to be a particular income, like you said, some things there, but you could also avoid it on your own personal property as well.
Now listen, if any of y'all do that in y'all residences and they don't work out properly, y'all come back and see Miss Spurlock over there. I've never heard of it before, but you're now going to make me go look it up. So thank you.
It's a different thing for residential. So basically the IRS tax code says if you live in your house for 2 of the last 5 years, you can sell it with so much for tax-free gains. For an individual, it's $250. For a married couple, it's $500,000.
So the
point
of Candace and Benjamin, y'all contact them for a little assistance on that. I'd never heard of it before, but thank you. Okay.
Also, a way to look at it is the money that you would have paid in taxes, you're allowed to keep and reinvest. So just arbitrarily, if you had $20,000 to invest, but your taxes would have been an additional $20,000, you now have $40,000 to invest. So you're basically being given your tax money to reinvest.
Okay, so the law firm of Candace, Benjamin, and Chandra, y'all call them. Okay.
And I think there's a loophole. I would have to, don't quote me on this. I think if you continue to do 1031 exchanges and then you pass away and leave the property to an heir, the heir does not have to pay the back tax deferment. It starts over.
As long as it's valued under 10 million.
There you go.
See?
So there
See,
is a way to get around never
put
paying it.
my disclaimer on the table. Anything that does not come out of my lips was not taught in this class today. Let me just put that out there, okay, y'all? Anything that did not come out of my
Military and veterans benefit from it greatly as well. too.
See, y'all need to, okay, I'm gonna put all of y'all on mute. I'm muting everybody. But there, you know what? The bottom line is this, because like Candace brings up good points, then Benjamin adds on, then Chandra adds on. All that does is prove this. You need to get professional help. If it's not your thing, right, every day, you definitely need to go to the professionals who do this every day. Because with what Candace knows, added with what, you know, Benjamin knows, and you add on what Chandra knows, it's a good compilation of information. They'll never move forward with just a piece of it. Get your professional that knows what they're doing. Raymond is also joining the law firm. So he says in the chat, let's see, 1031 exchange intermediary costs, the client roughly 1,000 to 1,500, and he is making a recommendation because I am not a recommender. IPX if you need an intermediary. We're going to get there in just a minute, guys. So I'm going to pull you back and slow you down from jumping the gun and doing that black belt thing and going past our white belt. So let's pull it on back just a little bit. And we're headed forward. Here we go, guys. Sharing the screen. And thank you, Raymond, for the recommendation, because I, again, am not a recommender. It's just a personal thing. But I like Raymond. He knows what he's talking about. Here we go. The importance of tax-deferred exchanges cannot be overstated. It's a really good tool for wealth creation and fueling the demand for our products for commercial real estate. So with the 1031 exchange, a property owner can sell that property to a buyer, acquire a different one without realizing those capital gains and recapture taxes associated with selling the property. So the process really does appear simple enough. I want to sell this, I'm going to buy something similar, and I'm going to avoid taxes because it's going to look on paper like I didn't do anything different. I don't have anything new. Yeah, okay, that's super, super simplified. The IRS has a lot of regs, a lot of rules so that you meet the qualifications needed to do this properly. So let's take a look at this. This thing, to Chandra's point, needs to be carefully managed. There are tax laws, and I have never heard anyone say there are simple tax laws. There's no such thing as a simple tax law, right? Everyone in here, Candace, Chandra, Benjamin, ain't nobody nodding. Yeah, they're not. They're not simple. There's always some loophole, some complexity in there. So to Raymond's point, you definitely go to a company that is called an intermediary that's going to handle that part for your client. That's not something we're expected to do off the top. So agents working with sellers that are interested in deferring the taxes at sale should advise them to go, like Chandra said, get that legal counsel, get these disclosures signed. Like Gail mentioned, the forms weren't that thorough, but at least we can check that box off now on certain forms that we have. And then, like Raymond says, we have intermediaries in place to help guide the process. So both the debt and the equity at time of sale must be exchanged into the new property in order for full tax benefits associated to be realized. But can I tell you guys, this is when life gets real weird with a 1031 exchange. First of all, take a picture of the link. I'm not sure the link is in your book. I'm not sure if I found it or if the book stated it, but this is an excerpt from what's on the IRS website. It says, and I quote, if as part of the exchange, you also receive other not like-kind property or money, then you have to recognize there was a gain to the extent of the other property and money received. You cannot recognize a loss, however. Again, there are loopholes, ways around stuff, and I get it. This is just one simple quote that lets you know you need to start reading. Now take a look here, because I think Chandra or the other lady, she's not with us today, had mentioned this in our last session. There's another term you're going to hear, and it's called moot. I think it's a funny little word, but another term commonly used to describe benefits to the seller that are not qualifying for a like-kind exchange is called boot. That's the cash the seller got at closing because the exchange was not equal. The seller did get a little something back. Boot, just in case you're wondering, is a derivative of an old word that means something given in addition to. So if a seller gets boot as a part of their exchange, it doesn't necessarily disqualify the exchange, but the boot gets taxed. Exam question. That extra money that they did get back at time of sale does get taxed. Go and make a notation. The boot gets taxed. What? And we are here at a break intentionally. We're about, I moved y'all through pretty fast. It's now 10:30. Please come back at 10:45 straight up for another 15-minute break, unless you all have an issue with our quick breaks. You good? All right, be right on back, 10:45. Come on back. Is it 10:45? Yeah, 10:45. There we go. We're going to be back from break in about maybe 4 more minutes. So see you back here in about 4 more minutes, my friends. Couple more minutes and we're back in, my friends. We're still a little ahead of schedule, so we're not in a bad place. I would kill right now for a fresh bagel and a lot of cream cheese. Woof. Come on back in the room. All right, I am about to launch a poll. If everyone can answer this question, I would appreciate it tremendously. I hope I did it right, by the way. Uh-oh, looks like some of the groups are already kind of, oh, we're 50-50, 60-40. Be sure to answer the question. About maybe 10 more of you need to vote, looking at the numbers here. Well, overwhelmingly, it looks like about 70% of you would like the extra time. There's maybe about 4 of us who didn't vote. and I'm one of them. All right, I got my, and maybe the proctors might not be counted here. So it looks like 71% of you think we do need to go ahead and vote, or 73% of you squeaked in just before I closed the polling. So let me put the results up. Ta-da. So about 73% of you said, yes, we do need to have a quick session just before we go into lunch. So we will do that. We're on track to continue our early day today. And for those of you who know me, you know that when Mish doesn't feel good, we finish class faster. I don't know how that happens, but we just do. When I don't feel great, we're out of here a little quicker. So let's keep going. Screen share. Now, I don't know how you get that thing down. Let me screen share and see if that will eliminate the poll. Didn't get rid of the poll. You're still looking at a poll. How in the world do I get rid of that thing?
It's gone.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's a little delayed. I was like, okay. All right, so we'll squeeze in some time for those of you who do need to gather to do so, and we'll run it like we did yesterday. We'll combine your break with your lunch period and kind of let you roll in and use your time as you see fit. Is everyone okay so far on breaks? The ability to get work done, getting the curriculum? Does anybody need me to slow down or revisit anything? How are we all doing? I'm just reading the facial expressions. Thumbs up. Everybody good? And if you don't want to answer out loud, just put something in the chat privately. I don't believe in steamrolling over anyone and leaving anybody behind. So let me know if you want me to slow anything down or repeat anything I might have moved over very quickly. I'll definitely back up for you. All right, so back to our cream cheese and our bagels and lox. I love everything about that picture. So the exchange process, this is a little bit about what everyone was sharing with you guys. I mean, Chandra was hinting at this kind of stuff. Who else did we have talking about it? Candace, Benjamin, Raymond, everyone was kind of hinting at the idea that there are a lot of groups involved in getting a 1031 exchange completed. As a realtor, your role is limited unless this is what you do. So we got a few things you need to be familiar with. The exchanger. This is the seller of a property. Excuse me, since the seller's taxes are the ones that are going to be deferred. The relinquished property, and while it is not in purple, it is highlighted in turquoise. So that is something that will appear on your exam. The relinquished property is the one that we're selling. We're relinquishing, we're giving it up. The replacement property is the property that's going to be acquired by the exchanger. That's the one they're going to get instead of, the one they're relinquishing. And like kind, the replacement property must be similar to the relinquished property, but in certain ways. And before we move on, I'd like to ask people who've done this before, Gail, this is where things begin to get tricky. Thinking that like kind means a property has to be exactly the same. What have you experienced when looking for like kind properties?
Well, I think years ago, it used to be like kind meant exactly the same. Like if it was rental property, it had to be rental property.
Mm-hmm.
But those guidelines have changed. And I have to say, I'm probably not as up on what is acceptable today, but I do know that it's changed. And so it's not exact like kind.
No, it's not. And Raymond has some information for you because his answer may appear general, but it is the truth. It's just about any real property. It is not, I think those laws changed in 91. But yeah, it's not like it has to be warehouse building for warehouse building. So let's, first of all, keep a hold of Raymond's link down there in the chat, my friends. Definitely get a copy of that. And then let me show you some pictures that might help gently illustrate the point that like kind does not mean office building for office building. It does not mean that. So many agents mistakenly believe like kind means exactly the same. Misperception about the process is that if an office property is sold, that the replacement property also has to be an office property. But if you look at the image in this picture, you'll see that there are lots of different types of properties. We've got an industrial versus an office versus multiple residential properties, all being exchanged. None of those are the same. So according to the IRS, and this is another quote from them, properties are of like kind if they're of the same nature or character, even if they differ in grade or quality. Real properties generally are of like kind, regardless of whether they're improved or unimproved. That literally just blew the lid off of everything. I mean, my goodness, we went from building to dirt. That's like kind. I mean, so Raymond's point, there you look at Chandra's adding some more in there, that mineral leases considered real property. Raymond, oil and gas royalties. All of what our classmates are contributing here says this. This isn't your wheelhouse, you stay out of it. Gail mentioned it first, but our colleagues who do this are reinforcing the point. If it ain't your thing, you learn it before you dip into it. So take a look at this very simple illustration. I think many of us go in thinking, well, a red apple for a green apple, they're similar, they're like kind, okay, that's cool. And sure, that works, but we might exchange the apple for an orange. They're not equal, but either scenario is okay in this setting. In a 1031 setting, it didn't have to be exactly the same. So again, copy that link that Raymond put up in the chat for you. So the process says, in other words, the term like kind to describe many types of real property. Sellers of office buildings can exchange for industrial, and it can, if administered correctly, it works. So take a look at this image. This image is not in your book, but I thought it was a really cool image to drive home the point that if you look at where all the lines are drawn, every line goes to every property because everything can be exchanged for everything. That's it. And this is what Raymond and Gail and Chandra and everyone have been trying to share with you. And you even see mineral rights right there. Who mentioned that? Was that Raymond mentioning? No, that was Chandra with mineral rights. Raymond mentioned oil and gas, but could be exchanged for farmland, could be exchanged for all statutory trusts, all kinds of stuff. So as long as both are held for business, productive use in a trade or investment, the real estate assets can be considered like kind. So farmland is not only like kind to other farmland, but okay, it can be exchanged for apartment buildings, raw land, or even industrial. The source, Raymond, this is the source we're using down here, but again, y'all contact your colleague if you need help. This data came from 1031gateway.com. It's down at the bottom of that screen in light gray print. 1031gateway.com was also another source. Chandra's mentioning even more loopholes. I think our tax code should be called the Code of Loopholes. I swear it's not a code. It's cottage cheese. It's Swiss cheese. It's Swiss cheese. It's ridiculous. But 1031 Gateway, and again, Raymond sends you over to IPX 1031 is a good source. Be sure to do your research, my friends. So the exchange process begins with a contract for sale. Language is typically added to the contract, obligating the principals to cooperate with the parties involved in the process. Key word here is parties involved, and it isn't just about us anymore. In the Texas Realtors Forum, DXR 1801, commercial contract for improved property. Escrow section 18G, the cooperation language is already included and made a part of the agreement if it is selected. So Gail, I believe this might have been what you were mentioning as part of what might have been now included in our contracts that wasn't there back in the day. Now, an important next step is ensure that the seller who is relinquishing the property does not receive any actual or constructive receipt of funds, which might be used to acquire the replacement property. How do we do that? Catch what I'm throwing here. The seller does not receive directly any funds. The way we do that is to use a qualified intermediary who's comfortable enough to just kind of generalize the QI and what that intermediary's role is. Because I think Raymond brought it up, but who's comfortable talking about the intermediary? Gail said, not I. Are you going for it? Open up your mic, Gail.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm the best one, but
Okay.
they take the money in escrow. And that's something we don't do, of course, and the title companies don't want to do. And so they facilitate the paperwork between the parties, and they hold the money in escrow until that other property is closed on, and then they fund it. So, I mean, I think that's his main objective and goal.
Simple enough. Very well stated. If I was a client, I'd feel comfortable with you. Thank you. Any other layers anyone adding on? Benjamin or Chandra, anyone else want to add on? Candace?
They also usually go ahead and inform the IRS and provide the documentation to the IRS of, hey, here's what it was, here's what this is. And that way it covers you for that. And then you provide the rest of it to your accountant.
Exactly. Candace, anybody else got any additions?
I think
I would just, oh,
Gail,
sorry.
she did it. She went in and it was real to the point.
It was really well stated. Yes.
Also,
kind of like a title company. They operate kind of like a title company in in our sector.
Absolutely. And then, yes, ma'am, Miss Broughton.
they're involved all the way till the end, because sometimes when you're selling one property, you might be buying 2 or 3, and they'll happen at different times. I've actually had a 1031 where they purchased a couple of properties and there was money left over. They decided not to reinvest to pay the taxes on the leftover, and they have to hold that money for 6 months. So they hold it till it has to go to that 180 days. And then finally, but then they go and help with the tax payoffs with that as well. Before.
And really, I'm hoping that all of these layers that we keep adding are just kind of driving home the point that it's really not what we're licensed to do. So let me put you back on the screen. And this is in your book. And I think the book did a really nice job of giving you the general overview. But the popular method of staying out of this is having a qualified intermediary, the QI, in the transaction. And per this picture, that's that guy in the middle who's kind of literally the middleman between these two parties, but that's not us. So in the exchange process, the QI is going to be responsible for actually selling in the relinquished property and acquiring the replacement property. And then the QI is going to kind of act like the principal for both transactions on behalf of the seller. So it's an interesting position that the intermediary takes, but it definitely pulls us out of the mix. We kind of get out of the middle. So this information is a lot, and it is a lot. And I believe it's actually in your book in a lot of detail. I also put up a link at the bottom. You may need to photograph that if that's not in your book. I have to admit, I don't recall whether that's in your book or not. But the Department of the Treasury, and this is in your book, defines the QI in the safe harbor protection section as follows. It is not the taxpayer or a disqualified person, disqualified as defined by paragraph K, and enters into a written agreement with the taxpayer and, as required by the exchange agreement, acquires the relinquished property, transfers the relinquished property, acquires the replacement property, and transfers the replacement property. If this isn't making you all go batty yet, read everything in your text. It gets lengthy, and it should be enough to make you say, I'm definitely stepping out until I get trained. The question on the table should be, could a realtor be the QI? Note that in that definition, the real estate agent or broker might be a disqualified person for the purposes of acting as the QI, but they also could be if that's their only role in the transaction. You don't want to be both. You don't want to be the person conducting as well as a disqualified person. You pick a role and stay in it. So in this case, Accordingly, sellers and buyers engaged in the 1031 exchange process hire outside agents and, like Raymond said, or businesses that do the 1031 exchange for them. They don't
Amen.
necessarily bring us in there. Yes, please add.
Do they have to be licensed to do that?
That I really do not know. And it was a question I wanted to research before I got to this part of the class. So if anyone knows for sure, let me know if there's a license to being a QI. Now, I'll be honest with you. I think there might be certifications for sure, certain classes that you need to prove you've taken, kind of like if you're going to be a notary public, you know what I'm saying? It might be one of those things as opposed to a license, but I don't know for sure. Anybody know? I'm looking in the chat. We're going to get there, Veronica. We're going to get there. We're doing the slow step. We're doing a slow boogie, Veronica. We're getting there, my friend. And since we got some people who are either trying to get to lunch quickly, let me go. Let me move forward here. So again, we might be the disqualified person and not the QI. There's more in your book. For the purposes of this section, please note that all of this, by the way, is in your exam. A disqualified person is a person described in paragraph K2, K3, or K4. The person is the agent of the taxpayer at the time of transaction. For this purpose, a person who has acted as the taxpayer's employee, attorney, accountant, investment banker, or broker, or real estate agent or broker within the 2-year period ending on the date of the transfer of the first of the relinquished properties is treated as an agent of the taxpayer at the time of transaction. Your involvement and when you were involved with your client might put you on the list of disqualified people for being the QI, for being the intermediary. Chandra had mentioned a calendar associated with a transaction. Now we're bringing in the fact that there's a calendar for how deep you can get into this as the QI if you want to be the QI. How long ago did you deal with this client with this property in the first place? So you might be able to be the qualified intermediary, but maybe not. Maybe you are a disqualified person. If this isn't your wheelhouse, please step out of it. So where the heck can we get us a qualified intermediary? Well, here's one other source. The 1031.org organization, Federal Exchange of Accommodators. This is their association, kind of like our association, so to speak. So there you go. You can send your clients over there to get the full list of who's out there in the world, and your client can use the Find an Accommodator feature, thereby removing you from the, well, you're the one that sent me over there element of referral. See, I don't like that. I don't know about y'all, but I don't refer people to lenders. I don't like referring folks to title companies, roofers, plumbers. You know where I'm going with that, right? And even in the state of Texas, we are not allowed, y'all know this, to refer people to attorneys per TREC regulations, 531.11D. We're not allowed to, or G, we're not allowed to, 537.11G. We're not allowed to send people to attorneys. You send them to the Bar Association, and they can use the Find a Lawyer drop-down feature. I would tell you to take the same bent in finding a 1031. Again, take a look at this screen, photograph it if you need it, and have them use the Find an Accommodator feature, and they can get their own person. But stay out of it. This thing goes sideways, you don't want to have anything to do with it. So here's this timeline that everyone began mentioning. This is the sensitivity. This is a simplified version of what Gail and Candace and Benjamin and Chandra were starting to mention, Raymond as well. There's a lot to bear in mind, but we've got a calendar here that we've got to follow. Day one, who said it first? The clock starts ticking. I think Chandra put that on the table. When that clock starts, you all had better get going. Chandra, were you the one that said you kind of like to look for your properties before we start that clock?
Absolutely, because you have 45 days to identify 3 properties. And well, actually, that's one of the things here. It says up to 3 properties. You can identify more. You have to pay a fee for additional ones, and it's not, and I think it's like $150 per additional property, but it also, there's a lot of due diligence to be done, and you need to have those top three picked in 45 days. So I say, start looking start looking while your property's on the market, so that as soon as it closes, you have your top 3 ready to go.
Exactly. And you're right. The 3 can be adjusted. That number can be adjusted. There's always a nuance to this thing. But to your credit, when that clock starts ticking, it's nose to the grindstone, head down. Gail, you got a good screenshot in there? What you screenshotting? I can't tell.
It was that 1031.org. It looks like there is a certification for those qualified.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it is a certification, not a licensing per se.
Yeah, that's up in their menu.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we have to identify properties, like she said, within the 45-day window, and we've got until, and someone had already mentioned the 6 months, and there it is. We've got to complete things within 180 days. So identifying property early is a good thing. So anybody who ever gets approached, by someone who's looking for properties because they're getting ready for a 1031, don't mistake that as, oh, you're just using me because you want to find some stuff and then use someone later. This is part of strategy with 1031. We do want to just identify property, even though this may not happen for another 2 months down the line. So it's a little different when it comes to 1031. I'm looking in the chat. Raymond says you should identify potential properties before you sell. That way you're ready when the sale completes. And does everybody kind of catch what I'm throwing? I'm not a fan of the home buyer saying, well, I just like to see what's on the market. Can we go look at some homes? Who does that 6 months in advance of even being pre-approved? And we don't, like Benjamin's making the face. We don't do this in residential. But if you're approached in commercial about, I'd like to identify some properties because we're ramping up for a 1031, that's not an unreasonable request. So it is different in our world. Just like Raymond is saying, identify stuff, just like Chandra said, look around. Stuff sits longer in commercial anyway. So it's a different, line of thought when we're doing these exchanges. Let's keep going. And this one, not in your book. So again, photograph if you feel like you'd like this one. Photograph if you'd like it. Moving on, this one's also not in your book. These are very, very simplified steps. Don't forget, but all of our co-teachers in the classroom keep telling you about loopholes and caveats and changes. This is not the hard and fast set of rules, but this came from fitsmallbusiness.com. And what they're saying is you need to sell property. Got to give the capital gains to the qualified intermediary. That's that middle person. Identify those properties within 45 days. Send a duty letter to the qualified intermediary. Negotiate the like-kind property. Agree on the sales price. Get them intermediary, blame the drugs. Get the intermediary to wire the capital gains to the title holder and fill out the form 8824. There's a reason why another company does this and not me. It's too much. It's way outside of my purview. But this is a simplified version of the idea that there are lots of steps involved here.
Just a real quick thing that I find is something that people mess up on. The 45 days and the 180, those run concurrently. So it's not 45 days and then we start the clock again for another 180. Those 45 and that 180 run together. So if you take 45 days to identify properties, then you have 135 to close. So that's something that I've noticed a lot of people are like, wait, don't I have more time? And it's like, no, you don't.
Love it. Thank you very much for that addition. Excellent, because I don't even think we mentioned that in the book anywhere.
Hey,
Not
Mish,
in the book. Yes.
there was one step that was left out of there.
There are many steps that were left out of there, but which one do you feel is important to put on the table? What you got?
Get paid.
I'm Cheyenne.
That's what we're all here for.
Get your money. Amen. Let me address Proctor real quick. Let me just address a question that was brought up, needed answering. All right. Excellent point, Cheyenne. Thank you so much. Don't forget to get paid. That means do what? Do it in writing. All that verbal stuff, I'm not a fan of my doggone self. Don't like doing things without being in writing. Okay, so once property is under contract, the seller is going to execute a deed to the actual buyer, which will be recorded at close of escrow. But the process of deeding directly to the buyer is called direct deed, and you might see that phrase pop up. A replacement property still needs to be identified by the seller within the 45 days of closing and cannot be changed once submitted. So the replacement property must be a like kind and acquired within 180 days. But like Chandra's saying, we got a concurrent clock running, so don't think clocks get started all over again. But let's go back and take a look at a couple of other concepts. Many times the sales of the relinquished property and acquisition property can take place as much as 180 days apart. There's no requirement that the entire exchange be completed simultaneously. Steps take time. The proceeds received at closing are going to be held by that QI, and the closing statement will reflect the QI as the seller. It's for this reason that the seller of the relinquished property carefully select the QI. Does this give you all the clue that you should not be involved in selecting the intermediary? If this person does not complete this transaction like they should, and they up and abscond with money or property, we have us a massive problem. So it must be done carefully. And even the book says, let the seller make the choice. Don't put yourself in that line of fire. Let the seller make the choice. I'm still stuck on getting paid. Once the replacement property is identified, the buyer, who is now referred to as the exchanger, will enter into a purchase agreement with the seller of that replacement property. Now, let me put this on the table here for you, the exchange process. The cooperation clause in Texas Realtor Form 1801 is going to be utilized. This is the the contract for improved property. That's the 1801. And then we've got, if unimproved land is either the relinquished or replacement property, then we're going to use 1802 for unimproved. And then that one's going to be section 18G. So you do have a couple of different forms on the table. This is in your book. I just kind of graphically had a little fun with all the pictures there, but it's in your book for you. You want to photograph it, feel free to. Just did that for some graphic element there. And the exchange process at closing, this QI, this person that we've been trusting with money, etc., is supposed to provide the funds to the escrow agent, and the closing statement will show the QI as the qualified intermediary. There's a few other things I'm going to show you that I find very interesting about this process. Throughout the sale and acquisition, the seller of the relinquished property and later as exchanger, they're going to assign their property rights to the QI to preserve the integrity of the process. Now, let me show you a little something, because we keep throwing alphabets and names and people and all kinds of stuff out there. This is not in your book. Chandra, to your point, please note that this drawing does a decent job of noting that the clock doesn't restart. So to your point, it's on this particular drawing. It's not in the book, but I thought it was a nice illustration. Your QI, that's that person up here at the beginning of the transaction, over here, step number 1, and also up here is the person that's going to be holding the funds. I think Gail had mentioned that. Candace had mentioned this as well. So this is the person who we're trusting with money and with all kinds of documents. This person has got to be trustworthy. We put the wrong person on the table and we never get to this point. This is why we stay out of it. Every single drawing that I located with regard to let's describe the 1031 exchange process was massively oversimplified. And I mean massively oversimplified. If you believe looking at any of these drawings and illustrations, meaning this one, or for example, this one, or even that one is going to get you there, it's just not. It's going to take a moment for you to capture everything you need to learn. Let me get you back to where we were. So I just want to make sure that you understand what you're getting yourself into if you get in this transaction. You have friends in the room, call them.
One more thing, Mish, another
Please
good
do.
place to go is the IRS. IRS.gov has very good information because I was actually able to get this deal because I found some information concerning 1031s on the IRS site and I referred him to that site, but I found everything I needed because we had to find a loophole for him. But I found everything I needed. He just came to me and was like, hey, look, I have this issue. And I was able to get that deal because I was able to find that information on the IRS.gov site. I have it saved somewhere and I'll try to find it for Monday and share it. But just that simple information, I was able to get in there and get with the company, you know, and we got
Well, the
it.
good news is you didn't answer the question directly. You sent them somewhere. And that's what you do. You stay out of the line of fire. Why don't you go to the government and find what you need from there? That way they can glean their own conclusions and not blame you for a thing. The other thing I need you all to note is we are here. We're at a point where I need you all to, why is my phone ringing off the hook? Excuse me. We're going to go ahead and put you in breakout sessions. Here's how this one's going to go. Plus, we also have a student with a computer down, and I don't want her to miss too much more curriculum. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the clock in a different way. For the next 15 minutes, and yes, we can see you, so we're trusting you to stay in your groups, do your work. For 15 minutes, please get back in your capstone sessions. I'm going to send your invitations out in a moment. And then at 11:40, you can begin your break and lunch will end about, I want to say about 10 minutes to 1, 11:40. Okay, yes, okay, so we're going to come back about 10 minutes to 1, so about 12:50. So here we go. Get your invitations to your breakout sessions. Please stay in there and I'll give you notification when lunch starts. And then just come back from lunch at about 10 minutes to 1. I want to stay ahead of schedule if we can. Okay, I need to reassign some of you. Let me see. Santosh, you're in room 2. Let me put you back in there, my friend. Elizabeth, let's see. And 20 is missing, but it looks like she might be back in. 20 was in room.
Yeah, she's back.
Wonderful. Good. 20, I'll catch up with you after lunch, and 20 is in room 1. So let me get her back in group 1. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the great communication, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. All right, and for those of you who are watching this broadcast to do a makeup class, we're going to pause the video again because we're going into breakout session and there's no need in you watching 15 minutes of silent video. So here we go. We're going to pause for just a moment. Yes, There we go. And so again, we're just going to be hitting contracts for the last couple hours, and it may not take that long. So just be aware, we're going to have a choice very shortly. So Gwen, here we go. I hope everybody had a great lunch break and a good break with your groups respectively. If anyone needs to test out PowerPoint or Google Drive or whatever it is that you're going to be using, let me know, and you can use, I'll give you control during the break and you can test out what you need. For those of you, and there were several of you who checked on me to see how I was feeling, I do feel better, but I have to admit sumatriptan does leave me a little loopy. I am not feeling my natural best. I'm doing my best to be a happy Mish, but I'm not feeling my best. So thanks for checking. We're going to keep moving because, well, they pay me to smile whether I feel like it or not. So thank y'all. All right. So for the exchange process, which we know moves a lot, and it is a very fluid thing. There are no hard and fast rules that fit everyone's scenario. Yes, there are rules. It just doesn't fit everyone's scenario. There's some options here, and this isn't every option, but these are some of the more popular ones you might see. And so we've got a 3 property rule, a 200% rule, and a 95% exception rule. Has anyone ever dealt with rules 2 and 3? I'm just curious for our experienced folks. Has anyone ever dealt with rules 2 and 3? Looking around, don't see a hand in the air. Let's keep going. So the 3 property rule, just in general, says that you can identify up to 3 potential properties to buy without regard to fair market value to buy, as long as you close on at least one of them. The federal government limits the rollover process to up to 3 properties. Most investors limit themselves to up to 3 to avoid being subject to more complex tests or simply minimizing paperwork. And we can all empathize with minimizing paperwork. There will always be loopholes to everything you see. These are just generalizations. Then we've got the 200% rule. It says you can identify any number of replacement properties you want to purchase, so long as their eventual combined fair market value isn't more than 200% of the relinquished property. So let's say you sell a property for 500 grand. The combined market value of your purchase should be no more than twice that, or $1 million. General rule, plenty of loopholes in place. And the 95% exception. It says, as long as an exchanger identifies the properties, any number of properties, by the end of the 45-day ID period, if the aggregate sum value of those properties beyond rules 1 and 2 above that we just went through accounts for 95% of the fair market value of the relinquished property, then it will be allowed. What this means to me in English is, don't ask me any questions, call your tax advisor. That's what that means. Now, I'm being very facetious, Erica, thank you for the giggle, but me, my migraine and my medication, don't ask me anything about this at this particular moment. However, Gail, Angela, my friends here, Candace, does anyone have any experience dealing with this 95% exception? Has anyone ever dealt with this before? Okay.
No.
This is me recognizing wheelhouse and staying out of someone else's, admittedly. This is mentioned in your book. And to Candace's point, there is lots of information on the IRS website. It should be your first stop. And then, of course, go maybe find a QI through that association who might be able to help teach you through it. And ideally, you do want a QI who's a teacher, not someone who says, hey, don't worry about it. I got this. This is what I do. Don't y'all hate people who do that? This is what I do. Let me do my thing. You just do your thing. I'm going to do my thing. I like people who like to teach. So hopefully you get yourself a good QI who will help you out. Y'all see how I skated right on through that? What? So let's keep going. I believe your book has all of these steps listed for you, maybe around page 75 in the book at this point. I think we're about three page numbers off. So your author tried to summarize in a brief way, thank you, 76, They said exchanger enters in an exchange and assignment agreement, and it should say enters into with the QI, your qualified intermediary. And there it is on your chart there, right in the middle. Step 2, the seller direct deeds the property to the buyer. We're going to hit direct deeding in a moment. There it is on your chart. Circle number 2, maybe over to the left. There's a lot of arrows going on. Number 3, the exchanger's funds are held by the qualified intermediary who is going to act as the principal at closing. That's step number 3 here. Then we've got number 3B. The exchanger is going to identify those 3 properties, hopefully within that 45-day period, or to Raymond's point, before we even get involved here. Hopefully they had a good idea of what they wanted to do. Step 4, the relinquished property title is granted to the buyer. It's going to happen around this area right here. QI provides funds from the proceeds of the relinquished property and is credited at closing to seller number 2, who is the owner of the replacement property. There it is right there. Step 6, seller number 2 direct deeds, there's that phrase again, the replacement property to the exchanger. And there's number 6 on your list. So what's up with this phrase, direct deeding? I didn't find a lot of this in your book, so I went ahead and pulled this data for you. And if you'd like to capture it, you certainly can. And I think it's an efficient step. It actually makes a lot of sense. Direct deeding is achieved by deeding your property directly to the person buying it rather than to our QI. This is something that the QI, according to our text, doesn't actually get. This is to avoid double paperwork, because you would have to have the deed go to the qualified intermediary, and then that person would have to deed it again to the person who bought the property. So direct deeding skips over the qualified intermediary instead. See down here, the notation says it basically removes your qualified intermediary from the chain of title. You know, that stuff that shows up when the title company gets to doing its research. This person won't be in there. And again, it will reduce expenses in addition to paperwork. So it's just kind of an ease up on all that extra stuff. I think Gail had mentioned too, changes to laws. And some of these changes happened as far back as 91. So she's right. Lots of this has been going on for a long time, but changes happened in 91. And I think that might've been when we got removed from a transaction too. Not a bad thing. And about that assignment agreement, I didn't find a lot about this in the book either. So I went and pulled this information for you about that assignment agreement that was mentioned. Assignment of a QI is not considered effective unless everyone to the original contract is given some notice of the assignment. Everyone needs to be given notice. So in order for that assignment to the intermediary, our qualified intermediary, to be valid, we have to give written notice to all parties to the purchase agreements, which generally means you want the buyer of the relinquished property to sign an acknowledgement that says, yes, I received notice that the seller has assigned their interest in the purchase to the qualified intermediary. Adversely, the seller needs to sign one too. That way, no one jumps up and says, well, I didn't know. And who is this person? Well, I thought that. I am so not a fan of, well, I thought and she said, and I could have sworn and I understood. Don't y'all hate a phrase? Let me tell y'all something. I don't like playing games. And I cannot stand it when a person says, well, the way I understood it was. Tell you something, what I said and what you understood are two different things. I don't play that game and I do not like it, which is why I love paperwork. And so that assignment agreement seeks to get rid of all of that. Well, what I thought and I could have sworn you said, and my understanding, this document. And that's what you need. So make sure that those documents are thorough, because Gail was one of the first things she said when she described a 1031. And to the person who said, thank you for the extra slides, I thank you. Because I ain't gonna lie to you. It is December, what is today, y'all? December 4th. My birthday was September 20th. I have not blown out one candle and a cupcake yet. I have still not celebrated my own birthday in putting these classes together. So I thank you for that recognition. I appreciate that. Gail, we're going to look at the contracts and see, but an assignment agreement doesn't sound like a bad idea on the whole, so that everyone acknowledges thoroughly. And so let's look at it together, because to what we discussed the other day, now that we've had all these conversations, if you feel like as an agent looking at the document that that's not enough, then how about we put in a request to Texas Realtors to create a better agreement? So we'll look at it together, because hey, we have to improve stuff every single time we do something new. Let's see, the 1031 had their own document for all parties to sign, and that's true. Every document isn't a Texas Realtors document. You know, sometimes I forget that, Benjamin. Thank you. Some groups have their own stuff, and that might be something else that comes up that's their own document. Take a look at this now. We're going to move over and get away from 1031s. And as a matter of fact, before we do so, let me back up the train. Y'all had wonderful, outstanding contributions to our 1031 conversation. Is there anything else you guys feel like we need to share to enhance this information? Because as you can see, what we have in the text is general. There's a lot more to know. Does anybody else have any other thoughts they want to share? Any other? I'm looking. Nope.
I think the only thing I can think is you described the process really well, but maybe a little bit more into when you're speaking to clients that are unfamiliar with the 1031, what's the best way to sell this option? What's the best way to explain to them, like, what are the benefits? What are the disadvantages, if there are any, you know, just so that it's not just the process, it's how to sell it to your client too.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think the agent is the best person to do that? Do you think the CPA is the best person to do that? Because it begs the question, you've got an experience level I'm definitely seeing that says, hey, I'm comfortable doing that. And that's cool, because Trek says we have to be competent, right? Clearly you are. And so for all of us newbies, how about we take Chandra's information and suggestion and one, add it to our repertoire, but add another layer until you are comfortable doing that. Sit in with the CPA as the CPA advises, like Chandra says, the benefits, the drawbacks, and that way you do learn the script.
Yeah, I like what Cheyenne says, like, let's open, maybe just some real basic things to open the door for someone who's like, well, what is a 1031? I don't want to be like, well, go talk to your accountant, because then they're like, well, why, what is it? Why do I have to call my accountant and have a meeting?
I can stay up out of court. That's why. Y'all remember my little Randall story. I am never, go talk to somebody else. I'm never all about the I don't know and then I leave people. I do like to tell folks, first of all, I think it might be a great and viable option for you. However, my skill in this area is limited. So how about we go meet with your CPA? Way I learn and you learn. I'm never all about dropping people, just kicking them out, you know, child, get away from me with that. I do believe in participation. That's why I have a 2-foot light bulb in my closet, because I'm up in the cherry picker changing the lights with the parking lot light guy. I want to know. So there you go. But and it's an excellent suggestion. So if you're competent enough, absolutely. And if you're not, then let's go meet with the CPA and find out together. Good stuff, Chandra. Thank you. Cheyenne says we open the door, they walk through it. You got that right. But let's bring some qualified partners along the way with us. So then we're on to something else. The DST, we've all run across these. Delaware Statutory Trust. It's another alternative tax shelter. So DST's sponsors acquire institutional level investments. And again, just to put it back out there, I think I mentioned this later, but institutional level organizations or groups like your pension funds, large investors, massive group investors, not people buying a building here at a building there. As a matter of fact, I think I pulled up something for you guys. Let me see if I can get my computer to cooperate with me here. Nope, it didn't cooperate with me. I accidentally deleted it. My bad. So anyway, but there is an opportunity to exchange debt and equity for a share of the property returns. DST investments are managed through a licensed securities broker. So it's not necessarily something that we're going to perform on our own. There are partners in this transaction that we work with. Real estate brokers cannot receive a referral fee for a DST investment unless licensed under the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. If any one of you in this room has a loophole to this, don't mention it. We're going to leave it there. And if you want to talk about loopholes, do that separately. I don't want to be responsible for Mish said in class. So when the authorities come get you, you don't, Mish didn't say that. So y'all loophole amongst yourselves in the chat there. Moving on. Alternatives, qualified opportunity zones, QOZs. Please make note of your turquoise and your blue. They offer tax-free opportunities for investors to defer, and in this case, catch the word, even forgive capital gains and recapture taxes. Might even be able to get rid of them by investing in economically distressed areas that are certified by the Treasury Department. And these are areas in need of some development. And we got those all over town. Heck, we got them all over Houston. You want to know the truth? Did everyone capture the turquoise text? Everyone got that? I see some folks are still writing. Let me give you a moment. Benjamin, when are we getting our afternoon sugar? I'm missing my sugar. Where are we at? We getting it?
No, she's a little sick, so
Oh,
we're gonna skip it today.
Ain't no puppy love sharing. I'm looking, I've gotten so accustomed to everyone's habits. I'm looking for dogs, kittens, children, spouses.
Where's your little baby? I haven't seen your little baby.
I sent my child away. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Erica Galvin. Galvez. Thank you. The little puppy love. I sent my child away. He was plucking my nerves. I tried to teach you, and one of y'all, not gonna name names, told me y'all can see him crawling the furniture behind me while I'm teaching. So I said, let me get this distraction out of this room. So he is at the dog sitters, hanging out with his buddy Cosmo and them. So he's away. But Erica, thank you for that. And Benjamin, I hope your baby feels good, better very soon. Let's move on. Take a look at this. Distressed properties, right there in the shadow of downtown. So again, a QOZ is an economically distressed community that where new developments under certain conditions might be eligible for that preferential tax treatment. Now, let me see if I can show y'all some things. I think I pulled up some stuff on the internet for you. Over here. Okay, now this one is not, this picture, just for your sake, is not in your book. If you wanted to take it, you might need to capture it. Excuse me for that, my delay there with the camera. Awesome. All right, so on page 72, I don't know if the link is there. So you may want to capture this, but where are the zones located? Your investor clients might ask you, where are some distressed areas of town where I might do better acquiring property? And wouldn't you know, right when I was developing this part of the class, I had a buddy call me and ask me the question. And I was like, you know what? Give me just a second. And so instead of leaving you where the text leaves you, I decided to dig a little deeper. So here you go. Let me get you to this website. And I am going to have to fix that one too. Thank you, Gail. I forgot all about that. I saw that too, Gail. Thank you. I see your private comment. Okay, guys, let me click this link for you. Let me pull up this website. Exit. Okay, I'm going to show you this real quick before I get to clicking links. Forgive me. Hold on. What you're going to see is going to look like this. The website I want to take you to is going to show you a map, and everything in pink are all these opportunity zones around the country. There are a ton of them. Texas designated 600 228 census tracts in 145 counties as opportunity zones. And when I zoomed in closer, by the way, that's not in your book. If you want it, snap it, but let me give you the Texas one too. Let Joe get it. Okay, this one's the Houston image. And again, it's not in your book, so forgive me, I left a page number up there. This is Houston. And the map showed us that a lot of the inner loop area was considered opportunity zone. And if you really know my city, you'll notice it's that east downtown area, that Edo area. You see a lot of that happening. Midtown, you can tell. Then we've also got some areas that are around 610 and the NRG Stadium area. That's where my mouse is moving right now. That's actually right around NRG Park. Of course, we've got South Houston headed towards the airport right here. Definitely needed some love. That's a telephone road to take you right down to the airport in case you're not familiar with what you're looking at. And this area of town can definitely use some love. Then we get over into Galena Park and Pasadena. I am not going to speak negatively of Galena Park, Deer Park, and these areas, but let me just say they need some love. Woo, they need some love out there to the east side, my friends. Up here in East Houston, let me just say this in the friendliest way I know how. Baby, this is the hood up and through here and some of these areas. This is the hood. And I got love for the hood. Go on and laugh, Carolyn. Now you understand what I love the hood. I'm going to advocate for the hood. I'm just going to say this now, okay? Some of you don't like walking through the hood. Let me tell you what I loved about my time living in the hood. Everyone who lives there knows who's supposed to be there. Sometimes when you're a part of a certain community, you feel safe there because I know you and you know me. We knew each other there. And yes, there were moments when, hey, Mish didn't have too much. I stayed in the hood. But let me say this, there are some areas that need some love and development, and the hood is no exception. So these opportunity zones offer to investors incentives to get out there and get to work. This is our Hardy Toll Road, because I know it's going to be hard to see. And this is the Sam Houston Beltway. So we start heading out to Humble. This is when you're kind of heading out towards the airport, but the Woodlands is way up there. So we're not in Woodlands territory yet. This is just the Beltway at the Hardy Toll Road in 45. And if you're familiar with this area, as you come on into Houston from Dallas, yeah, they need some help out there as well. So these are some of our opportunity zones. Now let me go back. Got to show the hood some love, y'all. Let me back up. Now let me see if I can click this link and get us to the actual site. Will it work? Will it work? Now, let me put the website up so you can see it. Let me slide it on over. There we go. This is what you should see when you get on in there. And I believe, okay, there's information here in blue. And let me see if I can blow it up just a little bit for you to see. Make it a little bigger. Oh, it's not blowing up on your screen. It doesn't show that way, even though on my screen it's there it goes. There it goes. Let me give it one more expansion. It's just moving slow. There you go, my friends. So there's a Treasury and IRS final regulations on the qualified opportunity zones and how that stuff's going to benefit people. Frequently asked questions about the opportunity zone. So again, this is me as an instructor, Benjamin, saying quite openly, Gwen and Raquel, I know my limitations. This is one of them. I would send you there. And then if you want to know, am I in the area? Am I on the list? There's your list right there of qualified opportunity zones. Apparently it was last updated in 18. But if you want that information, or at least a good place to send an investor, this is your site. So the general site, I'll put in the chat now, but if you caught a picture of the slide, the link was there as well. Hold on one second. Opportunity, boom, and pow. It's in your chat. And then if I click the list, there it is. What I clicked, I believe, was this map feature right here. I clicked the map feature and I believe that was how I got to the big pink map. Yeah, and I needed to install Flash Player, so forgive me. That's why I wasn't using the website. I had to go elsewhere to get that map to show it to you. So forgive me for that. Right now, I'm not installing things on my website. On my computer. My computer has been taxed enough. So there you go. There's the same link. Picture, picture, and moving on. And then we've got my favorite, FERPTA. I love FERPTA, just like the word. Y'all know that. Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act. This is a part of our everyday at the closing table. This is residential, this is commercial, it's normal. Who remembers the warning that I gave you about FERPTA? Does anybody remember? Because we talked about this. This thing says that the title company is, well, someone's required to hold back 15% of the sales price at closing so that we can determine whether or not the IRS is owed any money before a foreign seller skips town with all their proceeds. Now, there's a warning that would come. It seems odd the liability then by tell does not catch it. Chris, we're going to go back to that in just a second. What was my warning about FERPTA? Does anyone remember what that is? The warning was this. If you're dealing with people who are first or maybe second generation to this country, and they are presented with that FERPTA disclosure at the title closing table, I've had clients lose their mind, just about threatened to blow up a transaction because they were offended. Is it because I'm Cuban? You think I'm going to leave the country? And I live here and I've been a resident here all my life. Mr. Acosta, I love that man. Pedro was so upset. I did a bad job back in the day of explaining to him what this was and why it existed. Had to bring in his daughter, who was a friend of mine, to explain, Dad, this is normal. And we all should have said something sooner. So when you have this come up, or you have a seller who is foreign or even first and second generation, say something so they don't get offended. And then let's see, put this up here. I may have misspoken, but let me see what I'm reading here. Foreign investment applies to sellers. Sellers, you need to, you don't get your money, and that's all there is to it, that this money is going to be withheld. Purpose of the withholding, one more time, is to make sure that if there are monies owed to our government, if that stuff is received prior to them walking away with all of their money. The funds will eventually be released to the seller upon satisfaction with the IRS requirements.
Mish, there's an exception to that.
There are.
Go ahead.
No, go for it. I'm open.
Well, we have situations where people buy condos here and they're from Monterey. We have a lot of them.
Yes.
And so we try to do our seller's estimated net proceeds when we take the listing, because we want them to understand what's going to happen whenever they get to the closing table. But if the buyer is, let me see if I say this correctly, if the buyer is going to use it for their primary residence and it's under a certain dollar value, then they're exempt from that rule.
Yeah, and you know, this whole chapter ought to be called, there's an exception to that. I swear to goodness.
Yeah.
Because what's on the screen now is something that's not in your book, as indicated by my little camera up there. And it says 10% is withheld for dispositions prior to February of 2016, 15% for dispositions after 2016. Per the IRS, FERPTA does not apply if you're buying a residence for $300,000 or less. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with exceptions, right. And Benjamin, even answering that question for you, I'm going to say to you, I can't. Now, if someone in here can, is 15% of the total sale or just the gain? And I want to say it's the gain, but to your point, I think it's a fair question, deserves an answer. And so for the next iteration of this class, I will go get one. But it is a really good question. Is it the total sale or is it just the gain? So
Sale.
it would be better if it was just the sale though, wouldn't it? Not necessarily, I mean, the gain, not the whole sale. So we'll see.
Right. They just have to file a tax return and get their money back if they've
Yeah.
not made a gain.
Exactly. So, you know, again, there are always exceptions to everyone's point. And if you hadn't figured this out, from transaction to transaction, this stuff changes. I mentioned earlier that it's fluid and it is very fluid. So no one please walk away with hard and fast rules today. Also, per the IRS, 15% stays with the title company or closing agent while the IRS processes the application, usually around 90 days. Once they issue the withholding certificate, the title company will release the cleared funds back to the seller. That is a process I am not involved in. So even on an intricate level, I can't tell you much more than the information I have located online. However, for those of you who are nosy like me, I'm nosy when it comes to a building. You guys are inquisitory when it comes to data. How about you take a minute and go call a title company and ask? Walk me through that. There is no sense in not knowing. If this is something that interests you, you got a duty to get up and go find out. Just like I had a duty to get in a cherry picker and show me this light bulb. Seriously. So go find out. And there's nothing wrong. Can I just be really transparent with you? Title companies are awesome because you go develop a good relationship with a title company and they are really down for, hey, why don't we all go to lunch with your brokerage and we can discuss that? Or let us come in and bring lunch to your office and we can share this information with all of you. They're fabulous people. I'm going to go meet with one of my lovely title friends because they're delivering calendars. And she says, well, I'll tell you what, how about I treat you to lunch and I'll deliver your calendar? Okay, I'll take it. So, you know, and it's going to be everybody look at the screen real close. It's going to be a liquid lunch, okay? All right, it's going to be a liquid lunch. So I'm just saying, there is benefit to going to get more information. So Benjamin, you go find your title partner you trust, y'all go on and have some lunch, let them put that corporate credit card on the table and you get what you need. Learn. And so that way when someone asks you the answer or the question, you got a good answer. But it was a really good question. There you go. Now we are at a point where normally there would be a break, or we can stay 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Let me do what I normally do and get us over to 1:45 and keep us ahead of schedule. So looking at the class, put it in the chat. What say you, break or stay? I'm looking in the chat. What do we want to do? We want to break or we want to stay? Just, I'm only asking for about 20 minutes, not even, yeah, about 15, 20 minutes. You want to stay, you want to break? I'm seeing a lot of staying here, a lot of staying. Okay, let me run you through it. We're ahead of schedule, and when I don't feel good, I like to move on. All right, let's go. Now, if someone, let me just put this on the table. Someone in the room legitimately needs to get up, use the ladies' or men's room, get the UPS package at the door. You are now excused to do so if you need to, but kind of come back if you can in about 5 minutes. So let me not hold you hostage, but we're gonna move forward with curriculum. All righty, so here we go. Renovation, rehab, or repurpose. And let me just say right now, I think where we are as a community is repurposing in a big way. We're going to have to do this because of all the vacancy. But this is still part of our exit strategy consideration. What are we gonna do? Renovate the property, totally rehab that sucker, repurpose it? We gotta do something to enhance cash flows on what we've invested in. So in other cases, we got existing assets being repurposed for something else. Office buildings, warehouses, all of these places that have been vacated may have a brand new highest and best use. And this is something we're all going to need to get very skilled in. What else can I do with the asset? I can't use it as it is intended. I got to find another way for this thing to make money. This is part of your exam right here. Non-disclosure. Non-disclosure agreements are normal. They're part of your everyday. You can't share what you know, period. If someone says, sure, I'll send you an offer memorandum. Sure, I'll send you an information flyer. Hey, don't mind sharing profit and loss statements, balance sheets with you. I just need you to sign this NDA first. That's normal. They just don't want the information out there in the world. So expect to hear it and just go ahead and read it and then sign it. It should not be a problem. Also, another exam question. NDAs are drafted by attorneys sometimes, and I do find this more common, but Texas Realtors has a Form 1947 called Request for Evaluation Materials and Confidentiality Agreement. The portion that says Request for Evaluation Materials is the part you're going to see show up on the exam. So we do have something for you. If your client says, hey, can you have somebody sign something that says they won't share? That way you don't have to get to creating things. So tell you what, how about we take a look at it? Y'all ready? This is your Form 1947, Request for Eval Materials and Confidentiality Agreement. This is what the form looks like. Everyone needs to sign it. We're going to identify the property, the seller, the broker, and the prospect. It's just a prospect. We have not identified someone as the buyer. That's first and foremost. Please note, you're not locked in if you accidentally sign this thing, okay? So if your client gets a little nervy, let them know you're a prospect. Then we have to take note, the evaluation materials will at all times remain the property of the seller. They're telling you up front, I shared it with you, but this is mine. You cannot say, well, you gave it to me, so I thought I could share it with so-and-so. No, you can't. Not unless I gave you permission to do so. So these are things you may want to highlight for your client when you're presenting this to them. Prospect will not make any of the eval materials available, either orally or in writing. So don't get busted on the phone, in a Zoom call, on a Facebook Live meeting, talking. You cannot share that stuff. So just be aware that that base was covered in this contract. On the next page, prospect and prospect's team. The whole team is being held to this contract. So if you're representing a whole company, everybody is held to this contract. Prospect will not contact any tenant or property management staff of the property. I'm telling you now, as a person who has repped the buyer, I will whoop your butt up and down creation. You come up in my building and notify anybody that this thing is for sale. You all want to cause a commotion? Tell a building full of people who are leasing up space, we about to sell it. Oh, look at Matthew nod. Matthew ain't nodded all day long. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all will really jack up a transaction. Tell it, Matthew. Please understand that that line is serious. Do not tell people that you're in the building looking at it because you're considering buying it. Matthew, please add what you have to say.
Right, because it's going to be created panic. Even the tenants don't know or know the reason, but still panic. They don't know what was the owner going to do, bump up the rent or kick us out. They don't know. So it definitely.
It does. He is so right, y'all. It induces a panicked reaction that may not be warranted at all. Property managers may not know that the building is about to be sold. women and men who manage property may be like, ooh, child, let me get my resume together. So I got to go get me another job because they finna fire everybody in the cut. Y'all know these rumors get free and it gets a little crazy. So number 5 is serious. And let me just, for those of you who know me, who may know who I'm speaking of, shush, because I've shared this with some friends as a matter of an education tool. But I've done this for a long time. And when I'm selling a property and I tell you, don't tell anyone that you're there to see the building and don't notify them you're a potential buyer. I mean that in every sense of the word, even the unspoken word. Here's what I mean. That gas station example that I showed you all under the offer memorandum, a colleague friend of mine had a client that they believed might be interested in this particular gas station, said, we'd like to go by. I said, at the moment I'm teaching a class, I can't walk you through it, but it is just a gas station. So why don't you go buy a bag of chips? I got a call from my client, madder than a rabid, rabies infected dog, infected rather. The client was pissed because my client who owned the gas station got a call from the lady who works at the register at the gas station. Are you selling this building? My client ripped me a new one. Then I called my friend and was like, I know you didn't betray me. What happened? My friend explains to me, I didn't do anything. I just walked through, was just looking, asked a question about something. And then my brain kicked in and I said, what are you wearing? My friend said, huh? And anytime your answer to my question is, huh? That's when the FBI police reporter in me already knows you answered my question. What are you wearing? The first thing that comes up is a fur coat. The second thing on the list was diamonds, because I asked about the jewelry too. Diamonds. Then as we exit the building, we're in red-soled Louboutins. No one pumped gas ever in the history of gas pumping in a fur chinchilla with diamonds and Christian Louboutin shoes on, ever. It's not even what you say, it can be what you wear. And I had to call my friend and we had to have a business conversation. And y'all know me, I'm about comedy first before I kill you. And my friend was screaming, laughing. I said, but my friend, you know, you kind of sank me a little bit with my client on this one, right? She apologized profusely. She said she had learned the lesson. I said, it really is about what you're looking like, what you say, and what you don't say. So when people need to show up to the properties, you're buying, oh, I don't know, a Pep Boys. Can you go to the gas station to the Pep Boys with a flat tire, please? Can you go when you need an oil change? Something. But don't show up in a chinchilla with your diamonds and your Louboutins on. I'm sorry. I'm still upset because I've never been so embarrassed in my life. And my friend knew better. Y'all know she knew better, right? But thank you, Chandra. It was tough. And my friend, thank you, Miguel, was my client is my friend, but he wasn't a happy person because he had to put that fire out. So 5 means something. Let's keep flying. Prospect acknowledges that neither the seller nor the broker has made any representations, warranties, or guarantees as to the completeness or accuracy of the evaluation information. So seller is saying, look, I'm giving you what you asked for, but I'm not warranting anything. That's not where we are right now. This is what I've got to show you. Seller may elect at any time to terminate access to these materials. It may have been given to them digitally. For example, password may have been revoked and you may not see this information anymore. You never know. And then at the end, this is, not an agreement to sell or purchase the property, nor is this an offer of sale or purchase. So that language is back there so that everyone understands that by signing this, no one's doing anything except agreeing to keep materials confidential. That's all. So that's what that form looks like. Then we get to one of my favorites. Now, I have a 3-hour class on this where we actually complete one together. We go through this for purchase and for lease in great detail. If you want that class, just let your association know. Be happy to see you. And it is good for the contracts required now by TREC. Let's keep moving forward. Unlike residential real estate, where our intent to purchase or lease a property is made through a written offer, we use a letter of intent instead. Some of you have heard us calling it an LOI. The most important thing for you to know is that sucker's non-binding. That's it right there, non-binding. We are not bound to do anything. All we are doing is discussing what we want. That's it. We're just discussing the big pieces of what we want. This is where we start negotiations. So let's take a look at one. This starts with the word intent. For any of you who are going to use an LOI that comes from your company on your own company letterhead, please be sure not to include language that says it is agreed. We will. Upon signing, it is understood that. Phrases like that are contract. You're in. You always want to make sure that it says it is our desire to, it is our goal to, it is our intent. If that's what the contract says, then we're just talking about it, not agreeing to it. So be very careful if you're going to do it yourself. Let me get you back to the presentation so you can see what you need to see. We can get to a break. So this is proposed. This is not binding on either the seller or the buyer, right at the very top of the form. We're going to definitely need to acknowledge that the seller here and the buyer could be organizations, not just individuals. Just want to make that notation for you. Please be sure to get with your client. Is this an investment group or an individual? Sales price. Sales price can be a lot of things. Seller financing is right there. Please be aware if you're getting involved in that, and make sure you know that it's financing, not contract for deed. We might even be assuming existing loans. There will be a third-party financing addendum available, or it could be cash. Then we've got earnest money on the table. Let me just say this. When we're dealing with a purchase, there is no one-size-fits-all answer to how much earnest money. Does anyone have a tried and true method of determining how much earnest they prefer to see for their clients? Does anybody have one? What you got, Gail? Open your mic there.
Oh, okay. 1% is what I usually ask for.
All right. Anybody else got anything they tend to kind of stick to? Benjamin? 1%? Is that what that was?
I think it depends on the property. Sometimes if it's a very pricey property, you want that seller to put a big earnest money because you want to see the really intention about buying it or not. If you ask for, 50 grand high, I mean, you know that they're in for it. They're not just,
right,
just a letter of intent. So I think it depends on the price of the property as far as how you want to gauge your opponent.
Wonderful answer. So let me blow everybody's wig back. You knock your socks off. Today is National Sock Day, by the way, and I love socks. I got pink fuzzy ones on right now. I was selling an office condominium building for only a mere $950,000. You'll never guess how much the earnest money was for this property, unless I've already told you. Did I tell you? $50,000 non-refundable. Aha! Erica heard the word. $50,000 non-refundable. To Miguel's point, are you in or not? You are not putting that kind of money down unless you're serious. Now, we talked about this earlier. Your spidey senses should be tingling right now. What the heck was that all about? So does anybody want to venture a guess as to why my client needed 50 grand cash money to illustrate seriousness? Anybody want to take a little guess?
Multiple offers.
No, and I have to admit, even I didn't catch this until it was too late. My seller, the minute they sold that condo, at the same time we're selling their house, I brought that man that Balvenie, I brought him them cigars. They deuced out and was in the Caymans in a month. Now, why are you moving to the Caymans? That man took all of his money. Him and his wife moved to the Caymans. And let me just say this right now, you glean from this what you want. But that within 2 years, his wife was deceased. Now, I don't know what that was all about. So I'm like, what was I a party to? I don't know. But this gentleman sold everything he had, was in the Caymans, wife gone.
Wow.
I will learn to do my due diligence better in the future. This was a long time ago, but I have never, Miguel, seen anybody say on a $950,000 sale, 50 grand non-refundable. Either you're serious or you're not. And that was only to prove the point. A number can be anything, absolutely anything. Couple of other points here. Feasibility period. There's a lot that needs to happen, and we'll discuss that when we come back. But there are the inspections we discussed. Our environmental site assessments have to happen in here. You have a tendency in Houston to see about 45 days filled in for feasibility periods. If it's a much bigger property, like technically a skyscraper, you're going to need much more time. Those transactions can take up to a year or two to really complete. So that's not a one size fits all either. Your closing date. Now, let me say this. After feasibility, closing can happen real fast in commercial. Feasibility periods are so thorough, we might be able to close in 10 days after we're done with the average office building, office condo, strip center sale. So don't assume that after feasibility, we need another 60 days to get to closing. Let's see, Benjamin adds, amount of moving parts with commercial versus residential, lawyers need time to work, etc. And while all that's going on, to Benjamin's point, the banks are doing their thing and they get a lot done. So we can close pretty fast. Whoops, was that the end of that one? Title policies, I'm only going to say this, vet the company. They don't do commercial, don't use them, vet them. And then I am a fan of new survey, period. Let's just get a new one, but that's my personal preference. I think we're at the point where we need to take a break, y'all. Come back 5 minutes after the hour, 5 minutes after the hour. Yes, Angela.
What? Oh.
I thought you had something to say. You made an expression. I said, uh-oh.
Well, the one thing I'll have to say is I always have more trouble determining feasibility than I do earnest money as far as what we want to, if I'm representing the buyer or this, mainly the buyer on that one.
Yeah. You know, I like to lean to the lender a little bit on how long that should be, because they play a role in getting the environmental site assessment done.
Yes. I meant money. I meant money, actually. Yeah, I agree on the time. I mean the feasibility funds.
Oh.
How much to offer feasibility funds, because I see that all over the place, and that's the, and I can't find, you know, besides my gut, a rhyme or reason to what I've seen on either side.
I know, mine just blew it out of the water. To this day, I was like, you want me to tell people what? I think the Shakaruni was the man got it.
Mm-hmm.
Got the 50 grand non-refundable. I was like, what? I felt like an idiot asking for it. And then I felt like a bigger idiot because I almost didn't want to, but he actually got what he asked for.
Yeah, we got that on a big land deal, but it was a big deal. So, but yeah, wow.
Condo.
Yeah.
You know, 50 grand, dude.
Yeah, that's a lot for that.
Yeah, cool stuff. Loving all y'all's contributions, but go enjoy your break. What are they doing upstairs? Oh, Candace, are you still in the room? Love it. Love this comment.
I'm still here, Mish.
I like the military and police officers that don't mind investing in the hood.
No, they really don't.
You know what? The hood came up in Houston. I mean, I'm sorry, but all this expansion and growth in Edo and parts of 3rd and 4th and 5th Ward, you know, that was the hood.
It was. It was.
A lot of investment. Now, y'all know the flip side of investing, but still, there's a lot of investment in the hood going on. And I love the hood. Thank you, Benji.
I know that's why I was laughing at when he said he was from the hood. But they have problems going into these territories. You know, they don't mind. You know, you may have more of those type of investors. Not saying that's all they do, but
yeah,
you know, they don't mind because they're not afraid. And they know what to do.
Absolutely. No. And then Raymond, I'm so sorry. I couldn't show the DFW area too because of the updating to the software that I would have to do to my poor laptop. And my laptop is telling me, don't you download one more thing. So I can't actively get on that website because I didn't upload the latest. I think, oh gosh, I forgot what that application was called. So I'm sorry, Raymond, I couldn't accommodate you. I know he's in there somewhere.
A lot of the neighborhoods over here where I live at are going through gentrification.
Yeah. Benjamin, were you in the class? Because I've had some people in mine and in the other one when we talked about gentrification. Were you in mine when we talked about it?
No. I actually joined this class. I jumped on it because I saw 30 hours, but I didn't know it was a 3-course class.
So this is your first section technically.
It's my first one.
Okay.
But to be honest with you, I've been messing with the commercial for 2 years, and a lot of it I have to learn on my own. So a lot of this stuff is not new to me.
Good. This is the easier class, though. I'm going to tell you now. This is the wind down. So
okay.
Hopefully, I see you in January and February for sections 1 and 2 next year.
Yes, I will complete it. I will complete it.
Yay! Good.
I actually met you like 2 years ago at the conference when you were doing that hemp class.
I recognize your name. Period. You're on Facebook, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've seen your name around, which is why I hestitated to say, Ben, are you new or not? So you did hear all that conversation about whether or not you wanted to stay or go. So you gone to stay. Okay.
Yes. I decided to stay, and then I'm just going to go ahead and knock out the classes when they're available at the beginning of the year, because I am in the process of getting my hours because I'm ready to move forward to the next level.
Gotcha. Well, to your point, we did talk about gentrification in part 2. So while it seems like I may have glazed over it here, we did cover it earlier. Okay. Yeah, the book touches on it briefly. We took a minute to get into it.
That's the reason why I'm looking into commercial, because I grew up, I was born and raised in the southern part of Dallas in the Oak Cliff area, and I'm very familiar with the area. And there's a lot of gentrification going on. And then there's some little small industrial office areas. And I know a lot of these clients that speak Spanish need my help.
And they need someone that's considerate of their needs in the neighborhood. You gentrify the neighborhood and all of a sudden the folks that are from the hood can't even afford to stay there anymore. So there's a lot that goes on.
The taxes are going up. A lot of these folks are needing to sell, and a lot of them are just selling. A lot of baby boomers, they're selling their properties and stuff like that. So there's a lot of need out here. I can tell you that.
Absolutely. Well, glad to have you. And hopefully, like I said, I do see you in January and February. Just go back through the Dallas board, and I think they'll be, they might even already have them available for sign up.
If they're available for sign up, I'll jump on it. I'll be there for sure.
They have the Tax 1 class available, but not 2 yet.
Is it up?
Yeah. But it's not called Tax 1. They call it something else.
I know. That's what I'm hearing, is that it's a little confusing.
Yeah, they have it broken down as 2 days here and then 2 days here. But if you sign up for it, it's the whole class. It's kind of...
Now, Benjamin, that's based on my schedule and availability now. Stop. The way way it goes through, remember I was mentioning it's Thursday, Friday? And
No, I'm saying they have it as 2 different classes though.
really?
Not that it's one class 2 and 2. They have it as this class and this class. I brought it up to them. They might have fixed it since then, but when I signed up, it was one class, one class.
It's very confusing on
I
that.
have to mention that. That might have been a little flub in the matrix there.
I talked with Anna about it like a week or 2 ago when I signed up, and they said they were going to fix it. So
Okay, that could be your board, but we'll let them take a look at it and see if they can make sure people know it's a 4-parter, not or 4 classes situation. Thank you. That was weird. But yeah, Benjamin, hope to see you in there because we do cover gentrification and I didn't want you to think we just skated over the obvious.
And I'm going to be honest with you. It was about almost 2.5 years ago that I was really looking to get into some commercial classes and I couldn't find any. And whatever commercial classes I could find, I took advantage of them. I know I took a lot of classes with that guy named Cliff. I know you know Cliff, don't you? He does a lot of commercial teaching out here in the DFW area.
No.
Yeah, so I've
I'm
done
in
a few with
Houston,
him.
so
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but I'm glad that when I saw this class pop up, I looked into it. And then when we started doing the class, when we started talking yesterday, I go, wait a minute, what do you mean there's 2 parts? And then I went back to my email and I'm like, whoa, there's 4 more classes.
12 total. It's
12 total.
You're right, 12 total. There is a scholarship available next year for the GRI, excuse me, for this class. I think, well, it's interesting. It wouldn't cover what you've already paid for, but it might cover upcoming classes. I don't know, but there is a scholarship. You can go online and look up, literally go to texasrealtors.com, type in the word scholarship. And I do believe the first thing that pops up is TACS scholarship. It's not available to everyone. It's got a very limited group of people who are able to apply, but it's there. So you might qualify for it.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Have your break. Go take a break.
I have my package coming. Okay, I'll be back.
Miguel, GRI, let me look at my schedule, my friend. I might even be able to put it up on the screen for you. Let me
Took the first part. I think I took closing contracts or something like that. I forgot.
Let me see. I'm gonna just put up my schedule. You just snap you a shot of it and figure out what you need. Hold on. I'm gonna open that up. You know, some days I wake up, I go to my little calendar book and see what I'm teaching. They're like, when do you teach so-and-so? I don't know. I wake up, I look, I go. I have if you all hadn't figured out, I'm very anal about my times and slide numbers and being very regimented about when we break, when we start, when we stop. So I literally rehearse the timing of my classes up to 2 days before I teach them. So when it's time to sit down and teach, I do my best to minimize the fumbling through a class. I try.
You're doing a great job, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's get you that marketing flyer. Let's see if I can show it to you. GRI flyer for 2021 for students, rat cheer. And then let me see if I can change what you see so you can see the flyer and take a picture of it. There's the screen. Let me hit share. And then let me see if I can expand it so you can see it. You literally are looking at it as I work on it, but let me expand that for you a little bit. And I'm gonna blow it up so you can see the calendar portion. Can you read? Oh, come on, Mish. Can you read this?
Yeah. You're going a little. Yeah. Let me take a picture. Got it.
And then the contact for this, because it is through Corpus Christi, there's your contact down there.
Got it.
And there you go.
That sure is one positive thing about Zoom is you can take classes all over the state. I do appreciate that. And didn't have to go there and take time.
Amen. And who said that? Who's the wonderful person that just said that? I can't see faces just yet.
Angie, I said it because I've taken a lot of classes. I'm trying hours towards my broker's license and it's been great.
Yes, absolutely. And I want to say, Miguel, because I always feel a sense of responsibility to say this, but make sure you check with your home association first. I'm a very big proponent of you putting the money into your own association before I send you and your money somewhere else. Associations offer classes as an income generator. And so before, I send you across the state to give the money to Corpus Christi, you check with your home association, see if they're offering it. And if not, and you need it sooner because you got to renew or something, Corpus Christi is an option for you.
True statement. Like mine didn't have hardly any of those classes, or at times I could take them. They have not done that many commercial classes. And what I will say from experience, Mish has so much more energy than the rest of the people that it is so much easier to take her classes. It made a big difference. I will always go back here if I have to, because you sit through a class with somebody that doesn't have the energy for 4 days and you're about to die.
I know. I agree.
It's hard. It's hard.
I've been in one where they read out of the book and with no expression, and it just,
Really? I'm on drugs and teaching.
I'm not saying who it was, but oh my God, I'd warn anybody not to go to any of those classes. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Misha, I've taken your commercial 101, your commercial leasing, and then this now, the 3 classes of this since what, October?
Yeah.
Or September.
You liking? Are we okay?
Yeah, it's kind of coming together. I don't deal with this a lot, but it's
know that my commercial leasing 101 and the contracts 101 is a butt kicker. It's a lot. If it's been your first exposure, I don't have the student who doesn't call me back for help. I get that. And I always open that door. Call me back if you need something, but you're getting a whole lot more than what I'm charging you.
Yeah, it was a lot, and not being in it at first.
$37.50 raggedy cents. And you're going to get a whole bunch of information. So if you need more, holler.
And that commercial contracts counts towards the contracts. And I didn't think they had said that. My license coming up for renewal, and I just did a contracts class this week before I did this again, just to get it out of the way. But I think since September, I've taken about 220 hours of classes. Yeah.
I think I've taught that many. I'm teasing. Trek actually took my application for commercial leasing contracts 101, and they turned it down. And I'm like, whoa, I've been teaching this class for 9 years. And they said, no, we want you to go back and redo the application and check the box so that it is qualified for the contract requirement. So they now accept my class in commercial leasing contracts 101 as part of your contracts requirement.
Good.
I started to get offended. I'm like, hold up now.
Got one coming up. I seen it. I was like, oh, okay. And it's a nice little price. So it's on my screen. Just
my prices are ridiculously low. The issue is, if I told you need to pay the couple of $100 I know the class is worth, you wouldn't take it. So I only charge $37.50 per class. I may get gritty in 2021. I don't know. Y'all better come on. All right, we are back in session. Benjamin, keep doing your thing, honey. You keep advocating, get these classes up in there. Y'all keep doing it. Let's go back to contracts. I hope everyone's okay with the point and click method. If you don't like it, say something so I can correct how I present contracts to you. So deed type. Benjamin, we did kind of cover this at length before. in section 2, but I did want to just remind everyone that there it is. Either this is general warranty deed or special warranty deed, and you're going to need to know that when you're purchasing a contract. So ask the seller. Brokers, be sure to identify yourself. But I don't want you to make the mistake of thinking this is an agreement for commission. This is a discussion. Remember, this is an intent. They can intend to pay you 20% on the deal. It doesn't mean that's what you're getting. So don't mistake this. Angela caught the joke. This is not your commission agreement, even if it's in writing. It's just a conversation. So take a look at it. It says, this is the first time you're going to see it, the seller is going to pay me. So whoo, at least I don't have to go bugging my buyer client. And it's asking you, are you going to use a separate written agreement, or are we going to just go by what we write below? And so you'll check either one. I like to use the as follows and add in a separate agreement so that we can be clear that what's down here, the terms I want, but we are still working in a separate document. So for me, I like the double check. That's just me. But definitely be clear about who you're representing and making sure you at least put the desired number in there. Don't skip that step. Now, this is my favorite. Chapter 6 and 2, the Texas Property Code authorizes who? Your broker to secure an earned commission with the lien against the property. This is not the agent. Your broker must be the one to file the lien, but you also need to specify what an earned commission is. You need to go read chapter 62 of the Texas Property Code to get real clear on what qualifies as a quote unquote earned commission. I do believe I actually put that in the book, or excuse me, in the presentation for you later. So give me until I believe Monday. I think I actually pulled that out for you. But be sure to be familiar with this. Commercial pays slower than residential. Deal with it. Assignment either will or will not happen. Please be aware up front whether we're allowing it or not. Special provisions, who knows what the rule is about using special provisions? Do you remember? What is it, Angela? Come on with it.
Only facts can be added there, and that's only if we don't have an amendment or an addendum or anything else to add to it. Remember that from like first class.
That's what I'm talking about. Guys, special provisions. For those of you who are a part of, where's my new buddy, Mr. Campos? Listen, there are people who have been in this business for a long time whose brokers say you are not allowed to write anything in special provisions. And sure enough, Chapter 537.11 of Texas Real Estate Commission rules say you're not allowed to write anything in special provisions. But to Angela's point, the rest of the sentence says you are not allowed to write anything in special provisions if there is an amendment or an addendum for that specific purpose. So you don't go making up language when Texas Realtors has already made up the contract. Does that make sense, y'all? So no using that when there's a form for that. Now, if you do need to put something in there, you're only allowed to put in business details. That's it, business details. There's another phrase that escapes me because, yes, thank you, Veronica. We are not going to do the UPL, the unauthorized practice of law. So you're only allowed to put in business details and only statements of fact. That was the other phrase. Someone please put those in the chat for me. Statements of fact, business details for which there is no amendment or addendum for that. Then you can use special provisions. Just want y'all to know that. There you go. That's what the rule says. It does not say you cannot write in that area. And if anything gets inserted in that area, guess who needs to actually do the writing? If it goes beyond a statement of fact or beyond a business detail, thank you. Chandra wrote it privately, but I don't think you meant to put it on private. Your client or your client's what?
Attorney.
There it is, Candace, the attorney. Those people are allowed to write language, legal language, to Veronica's point, that can go in special provisions when they write the language. There will be no dictating it on the phone. They need to put it in writing, send it to you, you pick it up verbatim, copy, paste, that's it. Do not make any corrections. I don't care what is misspelled. Did we not do the misspelling example already? Did we do it? All right, everyone, I want you to direct your attention to the chat. In a document, is this the right word or the wrong word for a contract? Take a look at the word in the chat. Is that the right word or the wrong word? I'm waiting. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Is this the right one or the wrong one? I gotcha. And Joe is over there double downing it. Well, tell you what. First of all, thank you, Miguel, for catching the fact that that is a correctly spelled word. And number two, what if your client was into body waxing? Then pubic was the right word. Aha. Mish on meds is a mess. Forgive me, but I am saying this. Your client could have been a body waxing facility, and pubic might have been the word that we needed. So that drives home the point, don't even correct spelling. If the attorney or your client writes it a certain way, you copy it, you paste it, and if you feel like it needs to be corrected, perhaps you call and say, hey, was that what you meant to say? But you do not write down and correct language. So how was that for an example? I love having a little fun. All right, y'all, let me get you back to your contracts. And this is the end of the contract. And let me let you all know that I'm not going to be showing you the signature lines for every single contract. As a matter of fact, I'm going to start cutting off the buyer and seller signature areas when they get redundant like this one. So just be aware, I'm not going to show you the signature stuff so I can show you a bigger document on screen. But one more time on page 2 of 3, this is not legally binding. If this thing is acceptable, then you'll indicate it's acceptable by executing this thing. Then we'll make a decision. Are we going to prepare a draft of an actual purchase or sale agreement? Are we going to utilize the 1801 or 1802 or some other form? You don't have to use Texas Realtor forms. And then please note you have the option of an expiration here. But this thing does not obligate you to use Texas Realtor forms because oftentimes people really do have their own contracts that they prefer. So don't feel like you're keyed in. Let's keep going. Excuse me, my friends. Not sure how I ended up doing that, but let me move you forward. There we go. Wrong button. And this is one of the last times and only times you're going to see the signature area because I want to show you something. If you had never seen it before, we've got a seller. And then you've got all this extra stuff down here with the buyer, not the buyer, buy this, buy that, who's signing signature here, print the name there, title there. Well, wait a minute. When we're working with the corporation as the seller, well, corporations don't sign papers. People do. And so when there is an officer or the assigned party who is authorized to sign on behalf of that entity, that is who this buy is. Now, we've talked about it in the second section of class, Benjamin. We had some diligence to do on our part, and that was to verify we are dealing with the person authorized to sign these papers. And that's when it comes into play. And then the rest of this goes forward with a signature, a printed name, and a title. Now, let me say this. Some of this has become redundant because we are so much into e-signatures now. But back in the day when we were doing the wet blue ink signatures, we might have gotten a stamp, a rubber stamp where the red, where my red text is located, and the rest of it was done by a human being. But that's what that other buy was for historically. Just wanted to show it to you. Letter of intent to lease looks a whole lot like the purchase one, but can I tell you, when you take my class, I'm gonna run you through the ringer on this one because this thing is missing a whole bunch of stuff. Who's taken this class with me before? Who took this one? Angela, can you share with the people, Veronica and Gwen, how much stuff this document is missing? I'm not gonna give it away. Talk about it, Veronica. How much is missing up out of this document? She's looking for that mute button, y'all. I'll give her a second. Come on, Veronica, hit that key. There you go.
Do you mind to repeat the question, please?
How much is missing from this document when we're wanting to lease up a property? Do you remember that long list of stuff that this document doesn't?
You gave us a lot of information. I remember there were so many forms and
yeah, there's
documents.
Veronica, at least you remember that there's a bunch of stuff in there
Yes.
that's not accounted for. Gwen or Angela, do y'all remember any of what's not in here? And I know, like I said, I'll run you through the ringer when you take my classes.
You know, honestly, when I had done a few LOIs, I found one I really liked and I kind of stole part of it and made my own. You know, that's one benefit when you exchange LOIs or you receive one. And so I have, a template that I use on my own. So honestly, I know there's a lot missing, but I don't use that one. So I don't recall exactly what it was.
It's an excellent point because, guys, this is a great starter template, but I saw Chandra nodding too. This thing's missing stuff. So let me see if I can kind of get you through it here. Gwen, do you remember any of those things that were missing though? Because I know it was a lot. Do you remember?
I have all of the information that you gave me in a book right here, but yeah, I don't remember all of it in detail.
I do love the fact that everybody just holds on to the information when needed. Well, let me just run you through a general piece of information about this document. First of all, we're still here on a proposed lease. There are no obligations to do anything. I want you to note that this thing does not ask for lot and block. You're not leasing a lot and block for the most part. But if you really are leasing the whole thing, then you would put a lot and block there. But for the most part, you're just leasing up a suite. So that's where that's going to look a little different for those of you whose residential minds are going, hey, something's weird about that. The other thing to note is this chart here when we're talking about leasing commercial space. I want you to note that this says base monthly rent only. This doesn't address your triple nets. It's not in there. It's not in there. This is about base monthly rent only. So the assumption is until you say otherwise, we're dealing with a gross lease, which is about base rent only. We're going to hit triple net in just a second, but take a look. When we're dealing with this chart, you can fill it in using a monthly rate or an annual rate, that being $1 a square foot per month. The equivalent is $12 a square foot per year, because all we do is multiply our $1 a month by our 12 months in the year. That's how we would get from this being 1 to that being 12. But when it's all said and done, it still wants you to fill in a dollar amount based on what we're going to be charged a month. Okay, so you can fill in whichever rate you'd like, but at the end of the day, we want to show our client each month what base rent will cost. Does anybody know why that one box should even matter to you? Why, Benjamin? Tell it.
Because that's what I want to get paid off of.
Bam! There you go. That's the Emerald Lagasse answer of the day. That's where you calculate your commission on that base monthly rent. And that is the easiest way to calculate it. Add the value of all those months of this up and take your 3, 4, 5, 6%. Now, we do have triple nets to take care of. Where do we do that? We need to use another form. Looks like I didn't put my arrows in place like I thought I did, but let me show you. You're going to have triple nets added to a lease. You're going to need to click. Let me use a red highlighter. Excuse me. Let me use a different highlighter. Right here, you're going to check this box. Number 1, expense reimbursements. because we are reimbursing the landlord his or her expenses for running that property. The expenses we're reimbursing in a triple net situation are expense number one, taxes. Expense number two, insurance. Expense number three, common area maintenance, and boom, you've indicated triple net. Now, what's my share of all those expenses? And we want to say that we're using us a full pro rata share. And that is truly how you indicate triple net. Those three capital N's. So sorry for my little jagged mouse text there. This is how you indicate triple net. However, this one document, the expense reimbursement form, could also be used to indicate that we're using a base year calculation that is not the same as triple net. We may also be using the dinosaur of the room, the expense stop calculation. Let me say this now. I go into great detail about what those are in Commercial Leasing 101. You can take that through your boards. I cannot stop and explain that today, but if any of you should see the phrase expense stop come up in your day, please stop and call me. Don't get in that. Just call me, let me run you through it, and then you can make a decision with your client, because this is a concept and it is not a winner for a landlord. It is a winner for a tenant, just FYI. All right, percentage rent. I think, did we talk about this in detail or no? No? I teach that in detail in one of my classes. Let me back up. If you're gonna have percentage rent, boom, you click this button. And if we have special parking fees associated with the property, boom, you can use that too. There's some catches in that giddy up we'll have to talk about another day. Renewal options. Renewal options need to be discussed. Does anybody know exactly what that means? Does anybody know what that means? Aha, let me tell you what this means. Renewal options say that I, as the tenant, am not going to wait for you as the landlord to offer me the choice of whether I want to renew my lease or not. The renewal option says, I'm going to tell you that I want to stay. So on your form, your renewal option might say something like this. I want 2 3-year options to renew my lease at whatever rate I choose. I want 2 5-year options to renew my lease. And what that means is this. On 2 occasions, I want to renew my lease for 5 years at a time. Or on 2 occasions, I want to renew my lease for 3 years at a time. You pick anything you want. You want 5 renewal options, which is very excessive. I got to admit, that's a lot. But maybe I got 2 1-year renewal options. The thing is, Cheyenne, we're getting there, my friend. You put your client in the driver's seat. Whatever you do, do not put in there 2 5-year renewal options at market rates. Don't do that. Matthew laughed. Don't do that, because at that point, I'm driving them rates up as the landlord. If you can, lock in the rate so that it grows at a pace your client is comfortable with. I just need you to know that, because it ain't in there. And this is what I do all day long. And then people come in my office and they're upset. Well, nobody told me that. Well, that's your fault for not working with a realtor. See why they need you? All right, moving on. Security deposits. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. It can be equivalent to the first month, equivalent to the last month. I've even asked tenants for 6 months because their credit was shoddy. Tenant use. Please, let's get real clear. You must ask your tenant about every single thing they think they want to do in the property. Did we do the church example, everyone? Did we do it? Put this on the table real quick. This is for the sake of expediency. You have a tenant that's a church. They want to put a little bitty church in a storefront property. And yes, there are some people in strip centers with churches. Let's get past that point. But if I want to put a church in this strip center, and I want to occupy like a lot of square feet because I got things to do, you cannot put in the use clause religious services. You may need to do something else. You may need to say public banquet hall. You may need to say that we have a public library, that we're running an adult daycare center, we're running a children's after school program. Everything your client thinks they want to do, even if they're not yet expanded in their own business model doing it, put that in the use clause. Because as the landlord's rep, you didn't ask me if you could, and I find out you are, got us a problem. Because I'm negotiating a lease with a new tenant who wants exclusivity on that activity. Worse yet, now that your client can't do it anymore, what did I just do? I cut them off at the knees financially. They can't generate revenue. It's a problem. So what you have your client do is not only tell you what they're doing now, but what they want to do in the future. If they never get to it, who cares? Just cover their butts. Just cover their butts, put it in the use clause. That's my only right, Santosh, you cover them. All right, use it wisely. And please note, there are 3 lines here. This used to be a mere dash back in the day. Use all the lines they give you. All right, tenant improvements. This is when you get to begging. I need money to make this look good. You're going to either use Form 2111 or Form 2112, because those are the forms that dictate who's doing the work. Either the landlord's doing it or the tenant is doing it. And the landlord will reimburse the cost of the improvement to the tenant. So just be aware of which one you're using. This one also mentions Chapter 62, Texas Property Code for that earned commission. Special provisions, you already know, don't use it unless you have a factual statement or business detail that does not change any legal obligation of the contract. Not intended to be legally binding, et cetera, et cetera. Same stuff. Now take a look on this one. Upon receipt of an executed copy of this letter and approval from the landlord, right there, right here. After you have filled out an application form, then the landlord's going to begin drafting a lease agreement, maybe using 2101 or some other agreement. Let me let you know what I know about business. I already know Matthew and probably Santosh already know this. What is in the LOI does not always make its way into the lease. You'd better check it. I can't, Chandra's nodding. I got some folks who know better nodding that head. I have seen one time too many something negotiated in the LOI that got mysteriously left out of the actual lease document. This thing does not let you off the hook. Part of your job as an agent is to make sure that the negotiated terms in the LOI made it into the actual lease itself. And it doesn't matter whose side of the table you're on, landlord or tenant, please check it. I've seen it go bad. All right, moving forward. Is everybody okay? I know I'm kind of steamrolling. We all right? Y'all good? Stop me if you need me.
Go back to the other, I'm sorry. Can you go
Please
back
go.
to the page?
Back one page. All right, let me do it for you.
I went to that one so quick.
Yes, ma'am. Right here.
No, one more.
Hold on, there it is.
Yes, this one here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, no worries. No, and I know it's a lot. And tomorrow we got a whole day of underlines, dashes, and arrows. So y'all be ready for it. All right. All right, now we're looking at a quickie. Information about brokerage services. Child, if we have to cover this, something's wrong. But I do want you to notice the intermediary information is in there. And on the commercial side of the world, it is rare for us to discuss intermediary. We've got to do a better job of sharing the fact that that is a legal thing required by Texas law. Notice of this has to be given. So you have to discuss this even in commercial. Down here, don't forget your sub-agent language. Honey, unless you have signed an agreement that you are working with me, taking you from my customer to my client, that means even if I represent you, and I shouldn't say represent, I'm aiding you in the buyer side of a transaction. Without this agreement, look here, without this agreement in place, y'all know whose interests go first, right? Throw it in the chat. It's the seller. So unless you convert a buyer to a client, your obligation is to the owner, not the client who asked you for a little help. So it would behoove people to sign representation agreements with you. Let us move on, my friends. We're at a point where we're supposed to grab a snack and come on back. What say you? We're about 15, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. We can take our regular break or take this oddly placed break. What would you like to do?
Let's keep going.
Oh, Sharon has. Oh,
No, I did. It's selfish. I have a closing at 4 and I'm not going to make it.
Listen, for y'all all get
Not commercial.
let me for y'all get me fired up in here. Listen, anybody who feels like they do need the break, one, go ahead and go grab a drink, go to the men's or ladies' room, attend to the dogs, the children, etc. Number two, if you really do need a 10 to 15 minute break, don't feel pressured by Sharon. Put it privately in the chat that you need to step away. Okay, my friends? So
I'm okay.
Forward, but please move around as you see fit. Okay, you guys? All right, let's keep pushing. And look at here. If anybody finds that tart, holler. That thing is beautiful. All right, we are looking at the commercial property management agreement. I actually teach this in great detail in the commercial property management apartments not included class. I'm talking real commercial property management. So if you want to see it in detail, got class for that too. Take a look here. The parties to the agreement are, you need to know that this thing is smart enough to say, if the owner is not an individual, we need to recognize, is it an estate? Is it a corporation? What is it? It asks you for that information. Excuse me there. You see right there? Owner is not an individual. And so down here, someone has to be authorized to act for the owner. Get whatever papers are necessary and probably legally have to be notarized to verify who is that person. Down here, we are kind of making big steps because we have classes that address this a little more closely, but automatic extension. Note that if you bother to get into property management rather, unless either party provides some written notice of termination about 30 days before it expires, this thing is automatically going to extend on a monthly basis. Now, let me say this as a kindness to you. The largest number of people who get spanked with TREC violations, fines, sanctions, license suspensions, and revocations are as a result of property management violations. Use this contract. Don't walk into this willy-nilly, okay? One of my favorite paragraphs in this particular document comes under paragraph 4 here. The management authority that you're being given. If you need more authority, then you need to put that statement of fact elsewhere in the contract. But let's take a look at it. First of all, you need to be doing things rather that are in the owner's interest. Collect and deposit rents. Collect and deposit security deposits from the tenants. They need to be put in a trust account, not your personal ones, okay? Separate accounts. A massive number of those revocations, suspensions, and fines are for mismanagement of trust accounts, or at least the funds. You are given the right to hire contractors, but you are limited in what you're allowed to spend before you must seek approval. Make sure you know what those numbers are. You may find yourself managing property with your hands tied behind your back. You need to know that. This thing says you are allowed to terminate leases for the property, negotiate lease terminations, and serve the notices of terminations. That's among one of my favorite things to do. Yes, I like to tell people who are lazy tenants, get out. We could be making money around here. Don't occupy space and not pay for it. You got to go. This was pre-COVID. I'm not that non-sensitive. All right. Institute and prosecute an owner's expense, not your expense, actions to evict people or recover possession of the property. You should know that in 3 instances, we can evict without eviction court. So there's not a whole lot of expense outside of a locksmith associated with that. There is much more to see, but these are some of the bigger pieces I'd wanted to show you. Leasing authority, that's in there too. How much authority do I get to lease, or am I just purely managing? So this thing applies only if the broker has the authority to lease the property under paragraph 1C. You need to verify information and references in rental applications and prospective tenants. Does anybody do this personally now? I actually do this. Does anybody actually verify applications? Sharon, what app do you use? What application do you use to verify that data?
I knew you were going to ask that. It's called, it gives me their credit reports and stuff for residential.
There's LexisNexis, iCredit Visions. There's a bunch, y'all. But the good news, Sharon, let me ask you this minimally. Does the one you use only charge for each time you run something?
Yes.
That's what you ideally want. You don't want the thing that bills you every month, whether you run an app or not. You want the kind of system that only bills you each time you run the app. So that's what I use. And I use iCredit Visions. And the one I run runs credit, it runs eviction history, and it runs criminal background as well. It'll run it also on the spouse if you get the spouse's information, and will verify employment if that data is available through the credit reporting systems. And I'm real good at scrutinizing. Somebody says Smart Move. Niquay, is that the one you're using?
Smart Move.
What did you say?
It's called My Smart Move.
That's
My
it.
Smart Move.
That's what I use.
That it?
That one. And it's
Har just introduced one. I got an email, I think it was either yesterday or this morning, and it's called dang, I can't, it's not in my phone right now, but they have one, and the members should have gotten an email. I think if you would NAR.
There
Is it Go for Rent? Is it GO4RENT?
No, it's something verified. I just read it this morning, and it just happened literally.
Go to Texas Realtors website and look under member benefits, because there is one in there. And then Niquay, you were about to share what you get on mysmartmove.com. What do you get when you run that?
Yes, when you run it, it just charges you for, it gives you 3 different options, and it gives you, like, if you want to just the basics, or if you want to go even deeper, and you can pay for it, or you can send a link to the client and it goes to them and they pay for it.
I like that. I do like
it. It's called Verified User with Har. Har has
awesome.
Brought this out.
And that's the Houston Association, but since everybody's from different markets, definitely check Texas Realtors.
Okay.
Angela, I see that finger up. What you got?
What, me?
Oh, I thought you said you had the finger up.
Well, I did, but I forget we're in different markets, because I tried this Go for Rent for the first time, and what I like is they take us out of a lot of the equations. Literally, the person fills out the application, pays them, they run everything. You can view it, the landlord can view it, the landlord can make a decision. And I like not having to be in any of that. And I don't even do that much of it, because I only do it for a good friend in my neighborhood now and then. But I like that we're taking out a lot of that equation. So I think it helps with liability, because we're not collecting all that. I'm not collecting all that information. It goes straight to that third party.
That's a very good point. And y'all know how I feel about putting yourself in areas that just aren't your wheelhouse. So for me, this is my neck of the woods. So I'm all up in it, Angela, but to your point and your credit, absolutely. If it's something where you don't want to be responsible for the data because it's so super sensitive, amen and hallelujah to that. And then Raymond says, Corpus Christi offers it also. He uses mysmartmove.com. Thank y'all for that. Okay, let's keep going. You put that back up on the board here for you. Collin County also, Raymond, thank you. Here we go. Click, share. Awesome. All right. Offering to pay another broker from the compensation you receive under this agreement. That means you're responsible for doling out commissions. Just FYI, that's part of the leasing portion, authorization portion. So then we've got, you're allowed to negotiate and execute leases on the owner's behalf at market rates on competitively reasonable terms. Some landlords want to see every single lease coming through there. You do need to get clear on that. That's very specific information. Record keeping. Trek has rules on this, y'all. There's no getting around that. For not less than 4 years, nothing changed. You must keep excellent records here. File reports with the IRS if necessary. And this is the part of property management I hated, because every contractor we hired, the landscaper, the roofer, blah, 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 we had to issue out them 1099s. So if the owner you rep doesn't have a company that does that in place, it might be your job. Be sure to ask. Security deposits get us in a world of trouble. You are supposed to, if you're going to be the party that accepts them, maintain them in a trust account in accordance with applicable law and leases for the property, account to the tenants for the security deposits, make lawful deductions, do not be deducting things, and return that balance back to the tenants. Let me say this. If you withhold any of the money in detail, you must explain where it went. You have the right to withhold it, but you can't just say for general repairs of tenant damage. Oh, no. If you painted, fixed the hole in the sheetrock, had to repair some burnt up carpet, you need to say so. After this agreement ends, broker will deliver to the owner the security deposits. The money has to go back. And if broker complies with this paragraph 4D, the owner will indemnify broker from any claim or loss, et cetera, et cetera. Be aware that there's also language that says, and this is Trek, when the owner says, give me an accounting of my deposits on file or the money I let you hold, you got to turn that accounting over. Don't get up here in property management and not know what you're doing. Deductions and offsets. Broker may disperse from any funds that they hold in trust for the owner for any compensation due to the broker under this agreement. So be aware that you can recover your funds. Insurance and attorneys. Broker may not file a claim for casualty loss with the carrier insuring the property. A broker may communicate with the carrier to facilitate the processing, et cetera, but those are serious communications. You got to go through the owner before we start filing claims. That's a big, big deal to commercial owners. Other things to note, and I like this particular paragraph 5, relationship of the parties. It says this agreement does not create a partnership. Let me highlight where I'm at. This agreement does not create a business joint partnership between the parties. Broker, you are still an independent contractor. So we are not in business together. Legal compliance, you are still obligated because you're in the mix to follow fair housing laws. Owner's representations, they're telling you, I have ownership of the property. Boom, there it is right there. I got fee simple title and peaceable possession to the property. Uncle Fester will not be jumping up claiming 2 of these here suites, the rent needs to come to me. All right, owner is not bound by another agreement with some other person. The one agreement I got with you is the one I have, period. Skipping that legal compliance, excuse me, we all up out of order here. Reserves. Upon execution of this agreement, the owner is supposed to deposit a certain amount of money held in trust so that you can do what you need to do. That's the reserve paragraph right here.
Hey, Mitch, is that the trust fund? Is that owner will deposit the following amount with broker be held in a trust account? Is that the same one that you put the security deposits in?
I'd separate them, be honest with you. I'd keep those security deposits so far away from everything else so that you do not accidentally disperse to the roof or something that is owed back to a tenant upon the end of their lease agreement. I'd separate them.
All right, and do you, when you go to the bank and do that, do you put a security, do you put it as a trust account?
That depends on how the owner wants to do it. As a broker, I do set up trust accounts under my name, and I authorize the people that I represent, because they tend to be individuals, as users on the account, with this contract in place, acknowledging that, you know, I have set up the following trust account. Every month they get reports, et cetera, but they have access to this account just like I do. So I've taken a very simplistic approach. Larger corporations like your Transwesterns and Tarantinos do much more complex setups.
Okay, thank you.
Much more complex setups. Does anyone have any direct banking example with larger institutional investors? Looking around, looks like we're all kind of local schmokel folk around here, admittedly. But I would definitely separate the trust accounts for deposits versus operational. I wouldn't put them together at all, because that stuff that's in the deposit file, it's got to go back. You should just never even look at it as money that I'm going to use. Good question though, Sharon. Thank you. All right, down here, owner has completed a property condition statement, Form 1408, for which this agreement has attached to it. I cannot tell you all how important it is to document the damage before you start to manage. You will be blamed for every ding, hiccup, and hitch in the giddy up once your agreement, your management time is done. Document what was wrong with it before you got in there. What you don't ever want an owner to do is, and what you don't ever want to have to do with an owner is say, well, it was like that before I started. You can already see how bad that's going to go, right, Cheyenne? It was like that when I took over. Have them fill that out. You fill it out, photograph it to death, but don't ever just walk in and get to managing. I just have to say that because I've seen that catch some people. Last but not least, owner's cooperation. They are supposed to work with you to do what you need to do to be successful. Cooperate with the broker to manage the facility. If you find these people start taking that hands-off approach and leaving you in the lurch, it's time to terminate this agreement. Owner agrees not to deal with or negotiate with any tenant skipping around you. You're there for a reason. So don't get to skipping behind my back, dealing with people saying things contradictory to me. You know how hard it is to do your job when people know they can go to the owner and skip you? It's difficult. So make sure that those dealings get referred to the broker. Here we go. Some other things to look at. Notify the broker. Well, I don't know why that's out of order. Down here at number 10, supposed to notify the broker if the owner becomes delinquent in payment of their obligations. You know, last thing you want to do is show up to work and IRS done locked the door. Just saying. So they're supposed to be honest with you about what they have going on. Boop. Excuse me again, and not enter into another management agreement. We've seen that. Let's see. If broker has the authority to lease the property, owner further agrees not to rent, let me get you back over here, or lease this property to anyone without the broker's approval. Mr. or Ms. Landlord, take your hands off the steering wheel. If you hired me to manage, let me manage. Don't you be back there doing things and then have me over here doing things. And then back up to number 10. I see my underlines were out of sync, my friends. I'll fix that. But again, that owners needs to notify you if they become delinquent, because that's going to matter to you later. Number 5 there on B5, do not enter into a listing agreement with another broker. That should go without saying. Don't do that. Don't get in a relationship with someone else. Insurance. At all times, the owner needs to have it, and you don't be afraid to ask for proof of it. I need proof of it. Broker's fees. Just take a look there, broker's fees. All fees to broker under this agreement are payable in whatever county. That's quite normal. And then management fees. Now, this is when you need to really get to calculating, how do I want my money? Do I want a percentage of the base monthly rents? Do I want a flat fee? Do I want a percentage of the additional rents? What are we doing? You need to really sit down and look at the earning potential of a property and figure out, do I need to flat fee this thing because it's not leased up? Or is this thing so hot and popular? Yeah, I'll take a percentage of rents. I've seen both. There is no one size fits all. Excuse me for the detail on this page, but I do want you to see that there is an area here for leasing fees for new tenants, right? There's also fees in the event of a sale. You want to make sure that while you're managing, if this thing is sold and you're involved in that, I'm getting paid on that too. Don't skip over this part of the contract. And then service fees. Each time the broker arranges for the property down here at the bottom to be repaired, maintained, redecorated, altered, blah, 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 owner will pay a service fee if you've got to do massive projects. That service fee is quite normal, and I've seen some ugly ones. Is anyone in here familiar with these service fees? I'm going to tell you how ugly these service fees get. Let me make sure there's no further items to show you on this page. Renewal, also get renewals. Sale coordination fees, those are there as well. Let me back you up real quick. When I coordinate construction and the construction is in-house, if I coordinate, Joe Eccles is the construction VP at this particular property management firm I have, I may mark up the cost of the job 10, 15, 18%, because that's me and Joe's cut. That's a nice little fee, isn't it, Joe? 18% over the cost of the original job. That's my fee for managing the construction of the job. And you'd be shocked at how many landlords.
So do you discuss that in the contract, or how does that goes?
Let me, at least I was headed right in there, Santosh. To your point, on the tenant side of the table, when a landlord is going to do construction and they're pricing it out for you, but you have to pay for it because the landlord might do the work, but still, you know, I want you to use my preferred contractors or what have you. It does happen that way sometimes. The landlord will tack on an administrative fee, but bury it in the paperwork. You go look for it, Santosh. It's usually written in there. Many people skip over it. It's in there. When you see a construction takeoff form, and this goes above and beyond what you all are supposed to be learning today, construction takeoff form should tell you this is how much we charge per square foot for painting a wall. This is how much I charge for linear foot of cove base on the floor. This is how much I charge to put in so many square feet of drop ceiling up in here. And then when you get down there, there's all kinds of fees. And way down at the bottom, there's a service fee. Or there's that, what did I just call that sucker? I just called it something in my mind. What is it again, y'all?
Installation fee, is that what you said?
That we just looked at it, yes. It's down there.
Management fee, service or management fee?
Not just management fee. What is my mind in the
General
Medicaid?
contracting?
Service fee. Service fee. Sometimes it's called
Administrative fee.
and that service fee, I've seen it as high as 18%. I looked at the landlord and said, "You gonna leave that in there?" He said, "Yeah," and he got it. These people didn't even pay attention to it. So on the tenant side of the table, read, please. You'd be shocked. Joe and I, however, are gonna go get us a steak at Perry's Steakhouse. Y'all pay that fee. We're going to have us a little dinner. All right, moving on down the line, because I think we're almost at the end of this section. The rest of our slides should be about this large. I'll be making corrections to the other slides to increase the size of them for easier viewing. But let's take a look at this. Owner agrees to protect, defend, and indemnify the broker and hold us harmless from any damage and costs associated with certain things. mainly things that are caused by owner negligence. So it is important to always tell the owner in writing, you need to fix this, you need to fix that. This is going to be a problem later. That way, it is not on your management firm that something happened and you didn't tell the owner that it was coming. Owner is responsible and liable for all contracts and obligations related to the property, not you or your management firm, the owner. Default, all I can tell you is this, get you an attorney and make sure that this section says everything it needs to say to your satisfaction about whether or not the owner performs per the terms of this document. Mediation, y'all know how Texas Realtors feels about lawsuits. We're going to try to mediate first. Attorney's fees, if the broker or owner is a prevailing party in any legal proceeding. Y'all know how that goes. Somebody's paying somebody else's broker's fees. Special provisions, you already know how to use it. And don't forget that the IABS goes with this as well. I want to put you back one slide. Oh, no, actually, it's right here. Excuse me. Special provisions. I want to draw the distinction that you need to know the rules here. The rules say that you can write in special provisions anything you want on this contract. Why? Uh-oh, I'm sorry, Nicole, I'll put it back up for you. Put it back up. Does anybody know why you can put anything you want on this one, but not everything else I shared? Because you're party to the contract. Yeah, thank you. Benjamin was headed there. You're party to the contract. You are the other half of the contract. This is you. You are the principal. So you get to say what you need to say in your contract. You're not negotiating on someone else's behalf. It is you. So if you want to put something in special provisions, in this case, you can. Does everybody catch the distinction there? You absolutely can. This is you. Let's see. Hiccup, Candace, email me that, please. Send me the hiccup. Thank you. Send it to me so I can get that correction made in the book. Thank you. Realistic service fees, Angela, those fluctuate. I've seen some of the big dog companies take as much as 6% of rents collected. It really does depend. You really have to look at how much you expect to earn versus how much a property can generate and see if it's reasonable. Let me at least say this though, it's yours to negotiate. It really is truly yours to negotiate. Is this a distressed property? How delinquent are tenants on your way in the door? You have to look at stuff before you start managing a property. Don't just say, sure, I'll manage it, and find out that of the 20 tenants, 17 are behind in their rent. You understand where I'm going with it? You need to check. That's your money. We can't collect rent because everyone's behind. You just got yourself into a deal you can't win. Let me hurry up and get y'all to the finish line. This page, here we go. Don't forget that property condition statement there. The property must be shown and made available to all persons. Okay, that means even though they own it, we're still held up by federal law. We have to uphold what the law says. Once an owner gets involved with us, fair housing is back on the table. If they want to fizbo something to death, that's on them. But when we're in the house, fair housing practices are back on the table. Broker cannot give legal advice, and legal advice happens this way. When an owner comes to you and says, well, if I do this, then what happens? You're about to give legal advice, so don't. That's a big clue, the if-then statement. If I do this, well, then what will happen? No, sir. Unless you know about every resulting, consequence of doing something, you don't talk about any consequence at all. I do believe this is the longest I've held you. Please take your break.
Mitch, I'm gonna go ahead and email it to you real quick.
Please do. Yeah, stick it in the email. Thank you.
I almost forgot. It was in my notes, so I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Is that not the most beautiful snack? Look at that thing. I would never eat that. I just look at it. Where's Vicky? Vicky, are you still in the house? Where's my friend Vicky? I think everybody's been co-hosted again. Looked like one of y'all got knocked off. You're co-hosted again. Oh, we cut a nice little piece of time off. All right.
Hey, Mish, what time are we coming back?
You know, it's the first time I never mentioned it. How about at 3:10, since we're
Okay.
On break. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I usually say something by now. We're coming back from break in about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes. We are coming back from break, my friends. Be sure to check your chat, my friends. I'm responding to everyone's private messages and whatnot in the chat. Be sure to check the chat. We're back from break in 2 minutes, by the way, just 2 more minutes. Really quick poll around the room. First of all, it's everyone who had anything private to say, any questions to ask about property management. A lot of you left me some messages in the chat and I answered as many of them as I thought I could catch. Hey, by the way, for those of you who caught the state tax information, I keep forgetting to tell you, thank you for that. Because when I went and got the general information, I did not remove the state tax reference because y'all know there are no state income taxes. I have to pull that out of the text. So that is a misinformation on my part. I'll have to pull it out. If you didn't catch it, don't worry about it. But for about 3 of you who did, thank you for the notification and I'll get that corrected. Also, now I need to ask everyone, how are you feeling about your group session? Do you all need end of class time again today like you did last time, that you just use at your discretion? How's everyone feeling about the group project? Do you all want me to leave the camera up? So for those of you who need to leave, you can. And for those of you who want to meet, you have the option. Does anybody still need Friday afternoon? Because I can leave the group broadcast going until 5. How's everyone feeling? Raymond says his group's good. Candace, let's see, Raymond, you're in group 2, so you're good. Candace is saying her group is good. Where are you at, Candace? You're in, Candace, what group you in? There you are, you're in 3, so 2 and 3 are saying they're good. Raquel Harbin, I'm seeing that you are in group, oh Lord, I can't read my own handwriting. What group are you in, Raquel?
2 with Raymond, Benjamin, McQuay.
Okay, so y'all are good. Okay. How about groups 1 and 4? If you need me to leave the mic and the camera open, I can. Would you like me to leave it open? Looks like I need to leave it open. No problem. I just want to make sure as we release early today that you know that you have the option of staying in the room. You don't have to hop off camera, but a couple of you look like you have some need to go. And so if we finish this stuff early, like we're on track to do, then we'll go early. Why is my mouse giving me trouble now? Let me just drop that. Let me drop this. In my PowerPoint, there we go. It's giving me a little trouble, but let me give her a second to open back up.
So if you
What?
put us in our groups, if we decide we don't need to be there, we can just leave. Correct, Mish? You're gonna
Absolutely.
separate us and then, okay. I think
Yes.
we're good,
Forgive
but
me for
nobody's
that.
answered.
I saw myself get hung up a second. I froze, didn't I? Didn't I freeze for a
I
second?
glitched, uh-huh.
Okay, so yeah, but no, you can. If you don't need it and your group is fine, then we're finished, you're free to go. But if you feel like you need the time, I'll leave this open until 5 o'clock like we did last time. And you use the time at your discretion. So let's go ahead and get back to where we were. This beautiful dessert of pistachio and something else. I don't know what that is. Thanks for all the people who love looking at food. Appreciate all that love. There we go. All right, so property condition statements. There's not a lot to show you. I would just say back this up with pictures. Anything that you see that's a problem, back it up. But this is a disclosure of the seller's or landlord's knowledge of a certain condition of the property as of the date signed. It is not a substitution for any kind of warranties or proper inspections. It's not anything that the seller's agents, landlords, or even you are going to be able to be held responsible for. It's just the seller saying, this is what I know. So that means you're out of the mix as well. Landlords, agents, or any other agents. So complete if the property is improved or unimproved. Just fill it in. Any of the following environmental conditions, y'all know in commercial, environmental is a big deal, and it is noted on here. It also starts looking at previous environmental contamination. The owner should state what they know. Is any part of the property in a flood hazard area, particularly those zones we talked about, A and V? And my friend who's new in the room, Mr. Campos, don't worry, you'll see that when we get back into sections 1 and 2. We talk about that in a little bit of detail. Down here, airspace restrictions, easements on the property. I just need to know everything you know. Special districts that we're in, certain districts do have certain restrictions, like historical districts. Certain things you are and are not allowed to do to buildings when they're deemed historical. Are we in a development district? Sometimes funding to do certain construction is available or get reimbursed for certain improvements to the property because you're in a development district. You need to make sure you know what you're dealing with here. Lawsuits, landlord, owner, what do you know? Your receipt of any written notices, blah, 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 from any other governmental agencies, the Environmental Quality Agency, you know, all this stuff, EPA, OSHA, you know about it, say something. If we're in an owners association, please get me that information. Need to know about it because you're going to have to work with them. Again, I need hydraulic lifts. Remember when we had that conversation about elevators and I got all geeked up about hydraulic elevators and I mentioned, see, y'all think I'm nuts. I get too excited about basic stuff. And I mentioned the fluid that is used to push up the elevators in a low-rise building. It asks about hydraulic lifts in subsurface structures or pits because there may be environmental issues associated with it. You're going to want to know about that. And any other thing materially affecting the health or safety of anybody on that property. Do we have any rights vested in other things? This is so out of my wheelhouse, but this is for the owner to fill out, not necessarily for you. So if we're dealing with unimproved property, that's going to come up. Any personal property or equipment subject to financing or liens or leases. This is where someone else has the right to something else on the property. You're going to kind of want to need to know about that stuff, especially if you want to deny someone the right to come on the property to get something and it turns out it belonged to them anyway. So make sure you're aware that, oh, I'm helping them manage a chain of restaurants, but all the dishwashers and all the restaurants were leased up. Need to know about that. All right. Other things, complete only if the property is improved. Structural issues, plumbing issues, sprinkler systems. Let me just say, for the sake of due diligence, even in teaching this class, that is massively an owner issue that will not fall on your plate. When inspectors look at properties, it doesn't even matter what was in the lease document. When inspectors come looking and there's blame to go around, they're going after the owner of a property. So the owner really is responsible for what happens with sprinkler systems, even if in a lease, they made the tenant responsible. State property inspectors, fire marshals, et cetera, are still directing their focus to the building owner, just FYI. And there are such things as landscape sprinklers, not just fire ones. Use not applicable, but do not leave anything empty. Use the not applicable. All right, so we've got HVAC. I ran y'all through it last time, but try not to get too deep if that's not your wheelhouse. Electrical and other stuff, all kinds of other stuff. Do they know about any other issues with things? If you're aware of any material defects in any of these issues, explain it on additional pieces of paper. Are you, the seller or the landlord, aware of, look at here, drainage conditions, issues, water penetrations? I need to know everything you know, previous flooding. Who cares? The people you're leasing up space to. You're gonna need as much information as you can get. Even if you're using this information to sell property, you need to know. Settling soil, soil movement, mold, previous fires, and you'd be shocked at who won't tell you about a fire. Who is familiar with my friend, oh Lord, there's a fire. I love that little video of that woman. She's crazy. Let's see, modifications made without permits. Now I'm gonna look at Matthew's face when I ask this question. Where's my buddy? Matthew, where are you at? How often do landlords modify properties without permits? Here he comes, y'all.
I think it's all the time. They have the right to accept tenants' premises. So
They do. Y'all, I'm not trying to say landlords are corrupt or shady people, but I'm gonna tell you now, 20 years of experience, and like he said, all the time. They change property without permits all the time. So at least you have a piece of paper that says they told you they didn't do that. At least your butt's covered, because Matthew is right. They do this kind of stuff daily.
It happened to me, Mish. I was getting a building for a business, one of my businesses, and the owner had done, you could tell it was some work done, but because the fire marshal had been in that area for so long, he knew that he didn't know nothing about it. He should have known something about it. That was his area. And I couldn't get a title of occupancy. I couldn't do anything. They did something. I don't know what they did, but they went in there and they made it right. But until then, I couldn't get that occupancy certificate.
There you go. And then Angela, look like a tag team behind you. Yes, ma'am.
I've got a building right now under contract. I represent the buyer, and they did 6 major components without a permit. And right now we're working through that because, of course, the buyers thought they were going to lease it out, and then COVID hit. They've only owned it for a year. And so they don't want to go back to the city because the city would rake them. So right now we are determining if that's something they're going to have to do, or if my clients are going to work through the consequences themselves and take a quite large reduction in sales price. but it's complicated and it happens all the time. But I had not seen it to this extent on the major things. They did it to code. We had it all inspected by specialists, but it doesn't make the city happy.
No, it does not. And then even Miguel tag teamed with Candace and said too often. And guys, it does happen. Look at my hair looking crazy, but it does happen often. So just don't take for granted that everything is permitted and proper. That's not necessarily true. It happens a lot. Thank y'all for the testimonial so that I'm not the only one making these statements. Any part or system of this thing that is not in compliance with the ADA. Now that's a big one, and we could linger here for a minute, but we're not gonna. But if any part of this thing is not in compliance, they need to make sure that they say they are aware that parts of it are not. If they are ignorant to it, I hope they can prove they're ignorant. That's a big deal. Commercial real estate listing agreement, exclusive right to sell. This is also an agreement that is between you and the owner, which means what? You get to fill this in the way you see fit because that is your business agreement. So you do get to fill things in on this one as well. If you have ever noticed, has anyone noticed that Trek doesn't promulgate listing agreements? Does anybody notice that? Your listing, there is no listing equivalent with Trek. Trek is protecting the public. That's your business contract, not necessarily something between the public and another party. So when we're looking at this one, identify the property. And it depends on what you're selling. It could just be land. There might need to be a GIS description instead. You know, there might not be a physical address. So we got things to consider. Let's see. And there might be legal addresses. There we go. Real property. Let me see. This one is the listing agreement, the right to sell. And it says commercial real estate listing agreement, right to sell. My thing is, I'm believing that this is for improved property. Let me just put that there. But there may also be unimproved property that might be attached to it, multiple parcels I've seen. I've seen some complicated deals come up. Except as otherwise provided by this listing, broker is to market the property together with what? And this is when you need to be clear on what we're selling. All the seller's tangible personal property located on the property used in connection with the property's operations, except. Now, you are selling real property and its improvements. You are not selling a business. That is a separate transaction and you need to bring in an attorney. I can't say that enough. There are many people who believe that we are selling the business along with the building. Those are not the same thing. If the business comes with the building, then fill out some kind of other piece of paperwork that puts those terms clearly in writing. But please don't assume that sale of the building automatically includes sale of the business, because sale of business would include all of your clients and your client lists. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not talking necessarily about tenants. I'm talking about if you're selling the gas station, or not even that. How about, let's see, you could be selling, well, my condo client, when we sold his office condo, we sold the office condo and it was a medical practice, but he wasn't selling the contents of the building, meaning all the examination tables, all of the other furniture that came with the medical business. He was only selling the building. Someone else was coming to purchase all of that medical equipment. It would have been easy for someone to assume that just because my client had already left the building, that everything in it was coming with it, and it wasn't. So be sure you're clear about what we're selling, because it gets to be, and y'all know when I see a Matthew nod, okay, and I see other nods from other folks as well. Everyone's experience holds weight here, but be clear. Don't get caught in that. I've seen that cause a lot of problems for folk. It's no different than non-realty property when you're selling residential property. You're not selling the whole house full of furniture. You're just showing it. All right, moving on. Seller instructs the broker to market the property, blah, 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 yada, yada. Market the property. You all, we need to have a full conversation about how to properly market commercial property, but we don't have a lot of time. Seller agrees to sell the property for the listing price or anything acceptable to the seller. If seller enters into a binding written contract to sell it before the date this listing begins, and it is binding on the date this listing begins, this listing will not commence and will be void. Please ask the seller what they're doing before you get into the picture. Broker's fee. No getting around that. Secure your money. Just secure your money. Do I want a percentage of the sales price? Do I need something else? Do I need to set out the terms for when I'm getting paid? You need to make sure that you have been very clear. Earned commission. Here's some of that introductory language that talks about when the broker's fee is earned. Remember, Chapter 62 works when you've earned it. So what does it mean to have earned it? Read this document and get very clear on what that means so that you know when you have the right to fight for your money. Payable. Once earned, then the broker's fee is payable on those terms you negotiated. It can be a number of different ways. Get real clear about when you expect your money. Broker's fee is not payable if a sale of the property does not close or fund as a result of the seller's failure, but without the fault of the seller to deliver to a buyer a deed. Title policy is required by this contract. Loss of ownership due to foreclosure or other legal proceeding. All kinds of stuff. Seller's failure to restore the property as a result of casualty loss. The key phrase there, though, is without fault of the seller. So be real clear on where you're going with that. You can see where an attorney might be needed. Other fees, lease of property. Excuse me. If during this listing, the broker procures a tenant to lease all or part of it, the seller agrees to do so, and you need to get your money as well. Because the sale may not happen, but the lease may jump up instead, and the owner says, you know what, fine, let's move with it. Now, this is what I don't think is going to happen. I think you're going to get a percentage of base rents. We've discussed it before, but I'm going to show it to you now. I think it's going to be harder for you to secure a share of the expense reimbursements. It's right here. Yeah, you'll get a percentage of base rents, but to get a piece of the expense reimbursements is difficult. So chances are you're going to need to fill in the terms of what you're getting here. I don't think you're getting expense reimbursements. That is the money that goes to the landscaper, the parking lot concrete repair guy. That goes to the roofer. Renewals and extensions, be sure to guarantee your money if you should renew or help extend or even expand that sucker. If during this listing or even after it ends, okay, make sure you secure your money. Breach by the buyer under contract. If the seller collects earnest money, the sales price, or damages by suit, compromise, settlement, or otherwise from a buyer who breaches a contract for the sale of all or part of the property during this listing, the seller will pay the broker money after deducting attorney's fees and collection expenses, an amount equal to the lesser of 1/2 of the amount collected after deductions. So you're going to get something, or the amount of the broker's fee stated in paragraph 5A. So you have a listing, buyer breaches, you still may be able to recover some money. Don't skip over that paragraph. Make sure your client sees this, because they're going to be in a state of shock if you need to invoke that. Other fees and reimbursable expenses. You guys may charge a flat fee for marketing, for putting the large 8-foot sign up in the front. That stuff's expensive. And I only keep about 2 or 3 of those 8-foot signs on hand. I don't keep a whole stock of them. So sometimes I need to produce them, and that costs money. So I will have someone pay for that. and then they can have that money back at closing. Let's see. Let me back up and show you one thing. We're looking at the protection period. You all have seen this before on the residential side, but I want to get you over here. It says paragraph 5E, the protection period survives termination of the listing. Again, Chapter 62 of the Texas Property Code is in effect for earned commissions. But I want you to notice something, exclusions, and I can't stand this paragraph. I wish it was changed. So under a prior listing agreement, if the seller is obligated to pay another licensed broker a fee, we need to know about that. The seller enters into a contract to sell or lease all or part of this property to someone named as an exclusion. The seller will not be obligated to pay the broker if there is already another contract on the table with someone else. They will pay you if they didn't go into contract with another broker. But if they did, you need to get real clear. The seller goes into contract with someone that is named as an exclusion. Will you or will you not still assist? You have to ask yourself that question. I'll tell you something, when we're out of contract, you're out of luck. Don't ask me for any help unless I know there's some money coming up on the table there. The seller enters into a contract to sell or lease all or part of this property to someone that was named as an exclusion, and I'm out of contract and you're under obligation with someone else, and you go ask that someone else to do that work, or you pay me what you owe me. And that means the seller needs to figure out what kind of trouble they just got themselves in. But no, don't ask me for help after the fact. And let me back up for a second. You all are aware that even in the residential contract for listing, that if you name some exclusions, when your listing contract is over and the client you had goes and lists with someone else and they sell to someone on your list of named exclusions, that old client of yours has to pay that money to the other broker? Y'all aware of that? It's in there. I don't even know why it's in there. It hurts. I've been through it. It's painful. I've checked with more attorneys than a few on this one, and I couldn't win. Named exclusions work if your former client didn't go sign an agreement with someone else. Once they did, your exclusions don't matter. So the question on the table was, if a named exclusion ends up being the one that wants this property after all, but they signed with someone else, are you going to come back and help? That's when you dig deep in special provisions and say, look, I don't care if you did sign with someone else, you paid them what you owed him, you're still going to pay me this. You got to secure it somehow. I know what the thing said, but you got to make sure your money's secure if you're going to go ahead and help. This is when life gets real tricky. And this is why in commercial, we have to let go of that soft sell and get a little rougher around the edges. Just FYI. Access to the property. Do I have it or not? Just be real careful about what that means. Authorizing access to the property means you're giving permission for other people to come on in. Cooperation with other brokers. You are allowed to show the property. A broker will offer to pay the other broker a portion of those fees you collected already from your seller client. Let me just tell you, in the COVID environment we're in, get real clear. We need to mask up and glove up on the way into our commercial property. Next thing you also need to be aware of, if you are showing property that is medical in nature, then we have to have a real conversation with the landlord and the tenant. Documents that are left out might put the tenant in place in a HIPAA violation position. So if we have a medical tenant in a building that we're going to sell and they left all the patient files wide open and sitting out, we're all violating HIPAA regulations by accident. So it might behoove an owner to tell a medical tenant, close your files. Yes, we're selling. No, your lease is not in jeopardy. Do y'all understand where I'm going with that? Same thing for restaurant tenants. If you're selling a restaurant, doggone it, I wouldn't compromise a thing. Glove up, mask up, and even cover up your shoes. I don't need you breathing, coughing, looking, blinking, or doing anything near any of the food products in here. They do a contact trace and find out you were in there sneezing. Oh, I got allergies. We're all in trouble. So be real clear about who tenants are when you are listing a property and showing comes up. I've seen people get in a little trouble here. Representations. Not a lot to look at here. Except as provided, seller represents that. They've got fee simple title, et cetera, et cetera. You've all seen this before. Peaceable possession, you've seen it before. Not bound by other listing agreements, no delinquencies. All information that you are giving to me is true and correct to the best of your knowledge. Seller is not aware of any issues except for what's stated in Form 1408. So don't play with me, be honest. You've seen all this stuff already. You won't negotiate with other people behind my back. You send everybody to me. Please don't do my job without me because can I just tell you now, my friends, it happens all the time. And I've had people say, Miss Guillory, what happens if I find the client? Do I have to pay you? Somebody asked me that. Now, for those of you who don't even know me, how do you think I answered that question? Dale, what do you think I did? Admit. How did the children peace out? Yeah, I was gone. The man called me back 15 times in a row, apologizing for the offense. I said, sir, this isn't about I found the buyer. You all are aware of the massive amount of work that 9 prior classes said you were responsible for, and you found somebody and you want my commission. You got me confused with the wrong one. And I didn't have any qualms about telling him that. I terminated that agreement in front of his face. I said, I do wish you all the luck and blessings of the world, and I was gone. I do not let people negate my worth, my value, and my skill, right? Just high five if you feel me. I'm just saying, I didn't appreciate it, not one doggone bit. If I find the buyer, you better move on to the next broker. Y'all better just step on to the next one. I can't stand it. So that means something to me, that particular clause right there. Let's keep on going, y'all. Woo, let's see. Advise brokers of any tenants moving in and out. Definitely, you're going to need to know about all of that stuff. Amend any applicable notices and disclosures. If material changes occur on that property, you're going to need to know about that. Limitation of liability. If the property is or becomes vacant during this time, seller needs to notify seller's casualty insurance company and request a vacancy clause to cover the property. Isn't that interesting? A vacancy clause to cover the property. And that would be because of all the stuff that's going to happen inside, because ain't nobody in there but the vandals and the vagrants. See, usually the inside of the property is covered by who? The tenants. But they're not in there. So now we need vacancy clauses. You see all the extra little bits and pieces? There's so many moving parts, but I love this job. I really do. Partial sales or leases. If a seller sells or leases part of the property before the date this listing ends, the listing will continue for the remaining part of the property through the term of this listing. Brokers' fees, sharing of fees between brokers are not fixed. So anytime anyone asks me, Mish, what's standard? This is why I never have an answer to your question. By law, there is no such a thing. The answer is the best you can get. That's what you get. The best you can get. Nothing is controlled in the state of Texas. Property must be shown and made available to everybody. If the property contains a residential dwelling before 78, y'all already know what to do. And you may not give legal advice. Let us move on with our day. Commercial real estate listing agreement, exclusive right to sublease. We don't need to look at this in heavy depth, but this is the sublease agreement. The tenant here and the broker, the tenant is going to appoint a broker here as the tenant's sole and exclusive real estate agent and grants the broker the right to represent them in the subleasing of this property. So it's the tenant that not the landlord and the broker. It's the tenant that's going to be doing this. They're going to be brokering their own deal. There is a master lease that we might need to abide by when we find our subletter. So just be sure to snag a copy of that master lease. You might need to reference that. Let's see, renewal options. We need to make sure we cover everything in there, the master lease expiration date, including and not including any renewal options. Will the lease end on a certain date? Does the sublettor intend to exercise the right to renew? You're going to kind of want to need to know that. Sublease means a lease from a tenant to another person. Be sure to verify that the tenant has landlord approval to do it in the first place, or if the landlord must approve the sublettor. Don't go in there without knowing that for sure. Who's paying back the expense reimbursements? How much are we charging for triple nets, parking fees, rental increases? Tenant is going to sublease the property for a term that's going to expire on a certain date that the master lease ends on. And all other respectable elements that are in the master lease need to be honored. Get your money solidified. If you are working out this arrangement, but recognize who pays you, the tenant, not the landlord. So if you're getting into this sublease agreement, you can't run to the landlord saying you owe me for subleasing up this space. That's the tenant that's going to pay you. Down here, master lease cancellation. If the tenant and the landlord agree to cancel the master lease, the tenant will pay the broker a fee of. You need to make sure you understand this is a percentage of base rents the tenant would have paid over the term of the master lease. Take a moment to read this and get real clear. Sit down with your sublettor and explain to them their potential obligations for paying you money. Now, the remaining pages in this document very much mirror the things in the regular agreement. So we're going to move past it because it's literally a mirror of what you've seen. Let's take a look at this commercial BRA. Commercial BRA here. Oops, excuse me. There is not a whole heck of a lot to see here. You know what a residential one looks like. The only difference here is you do need to make sure you're working with an individual versus business. We've already discussed that. That's why we're not lingering too long here. Are we doing business? There we go. Versus a tenant. We also need to make sure we're aware of where we're working. Term of this agreement. Broker's obligations and client's obligations are spelled out here, and nothing is really different. But then we need to get down here to number 9, competing clients. Client's going to acknowledge that the broker may represent other prospective buyers or tenants who may seek to acquire properties, and this really isn't any different than what's in the residential form. The intermediary clause is the same as what you see in residential. Either they're going to let us do it or they're not going to let us do it. That's it. Nothing really changes around here. Your fees are in here again. Where am I getting paid from? Broker, you are going to try to get your money from the seller. But if it doesn't work out, guess where I'm coming? I'm coming right here to the client to get my money. I need the client to pay me. You all have got to say something early, not later. Get the money from the client if the broker doesn't pay it. If you know the broker isn't paying, then you're going to use option 2 instead. There's straight up another option right here. Use it. And then hourly fees. Are we going to charge any? That's not uncommon. Some people do. Stick it in there. You feel like you've been driving around for hours? I got to keep going out of town? Charge a fee for that. There you go. If the client acquires one of the broker's listings, the broker will refund the hourly fees. Please note that upon receipt of the fees under paragraph 11A or the listing. If you don't agree with that, you do have the right to strike it out. You do have the right to strike it out. Just be aware of that. Remaining pages in this mirror those in your residential form and other clauses previously shown in this class. No need to keep showing you duplicate clauses like all of the default clauses, the signature clauses, the IABS clause. None of that stuff needs to be duplicated. So let's keep going. We are exactly where we need to be. We're at technically a break, and then we're at exam review. So let me tell you where we are. We're in that quickie little quiz section where we just hit what's in the book. You all will use the next 10 minutes to do what you need to do. For those of you who have closings and some medical things that have come up, this is the exam review of the class. Technically, we have hit all curriculum intended to be delivered to you today. You are free to go if you need to. For those of you who want to stay and use the breakout rooms, I'm gonna put you back in session as soon as we come back from exam review. So at this point, you're on break the next 10 minutes and then we're done. 10 minutes, 4 o'clock straight up, come on back. Y'all are so very welcome. I appreciate that you appreciate the extra time. Looks like you guys are a very, very busy crew and need this extra break time. Thanks, Vicki. You're welcome, Miss Gail. And Candace. Yes, you may. Yes, Miss Candace. It's exam review. If you want to stay for that in the next 10 minutes, you're welcome to. But you know, I review all days, each time we add a day. So if you're going to miss it today, that's the third day.
So if we miss it today, we will go back over it Monday or Tuesday. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, you know, I always build every single time. Like today, we started with review of day 1. Now we're about to review day 1 and 2. Do the same thing on day 3. Many, many, many of you have appointments today, and you said so very early this morning. Some of you hit me last night with it. So for those of you who've got people in the hospital that I'm aware of, I understand. One of you has a closing. I get it. We're in exam review. So again, if you need to leave, I'm blessing you to go.
I know I need to find out from my group if we're good.
Yeah, and if I was you, I'd hang around till 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
check with your people. And if you all need that group time, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still on camera until 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Unless you leave me. Technically, you got your instruction. You got what you came for.
Got it.